Chapter 3259 Chapter 333 Divine Twilight Set. Chapter 3259 Chapter 333 Divine Twilight Set. Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. As the only training grounds for the Star Lake Legion, the Star Lake Training Center occupied a radius of 1 kilometer and was hundreds of meters tall. It could easily be regarded as one of the most majestic buildings in Star Lake City. On a normal day, there'd be well over 50,000 people present in the training center. Apart from the Star Lake Legion's participants, many powers from Star Lake City and nearby towns would send their youths here to receive training. Although non-participants would have to pay a hefty price to train here, youths who came here would benefit from receiving the Star Lake Legion's basic training from a young age. That way, they'd have a much greater chance of entering the Star Lake Legion once they reached a suitable age. Currently, inside one of the simulation training rooms located on the training center's top floor, the Star Lake Legion's Vice Commander Markless Blade was sparring with a woman. The woman in question wielded a spear, and her presence could be felt from every corner of the room as if she was the absolute ruler of this room. Shortly after the spar began, the woman executed a flurry of strikes against Markless Blade, every one of her movements carrying frightening power. Markless Blade was utterly powerless to resist this flurry of attacks, getting knocked out of the fighting ring in the blink of an eye. "How is it? How do I compare with Black Flame?" the woman eagerly asked as she looked at Markless Blade. Markless Blade did not offer a response right away. Instead, he struggled for a moment to stand up and catch his breath. Then, looking at the woman in the fighting ring with a hint of fear in his eyes, Markless Blade said, "Can you stop getting me to be your sparring partner, Commander? If Black Flame has your standards, there's no way I could have lasted so long against him. How unfortunate. I thought he could have entertained me a little, but I guess he is still a little ways off," Red Frost said as she turned off the room's simulation function. Immediately, her weapon and equipment disappeared, leaving only a pair of pajamas. But according to the information you provided, Black Flame should be nearing the 5th floor standard already. With such strength, LaRoja and that first Paragon are the only ones among your Heavenly Boa's 7 great Paragons who can fight him. "Is he that strong?" Markless Blade asked in a dubious tone. Although he had lost to Black Flame, that was only because of Black Flame's sudden burst of power catching him off guard. Had he been prepared for the 3 slashes Black Flame had used to kill him, he was confident he could survive those attacks. "You are underestimating that sudden burst of power too much," Red Frost said, looking at Markless Blade as if she was looking at an idiot. Without a sufficiently high concentration standard and absolute control toward mana, there is no way he could have executed 3 saint-ranked mana techniques simultaneously. You would have long since lost if the 2 of you had the same basic attributes. After thinking it over, Markless Blade had to agree with Red Frost. The bonuses provided by Tier 5 magic equipment were far superior to any bonuses a Dark Gold Immortal set could offer. Had Black Flame been equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment as well, the outcome of their fight would have certainly been much more decisive. "It's a pity that this is the end of the line for him," Markless Blade suddenly said in a lamenting tone. "The Guild has already decided to get rid of him for good. Big Sis Blood Arrow will definitely be making a move. Black Flame stands no chance against Big Sis Blood Arrow and her Divine Twilight set." Divine Twilight? Red Frost was a little surprised when she heard Markless Blade's words. "How generous of Heavenly Boa! Are you not afraid some Tier 6 expert might fall for the temptation and try to snatch it?" The Divine Twilight set was a 4-piece fragmented legendary set that was a replica of the legendary ranked Divine Sun set. This replica was the Heavenly Boa Guild's greatest achievement. However, even after expending numerous legendary rank materials and inferior divine artifact rank materials, Heavenly Boa had only produced 3 Divine Twilight sets. Of these 3 sets, Two were currently equipped by two Tier 6 powerhouses known by all in the Starlight Realm, namely the second Vice Guild Leader of Heavenly Boa and the Commander of Heavenly Boa's 5th Trump Card Legion. So, for Heavenly Boa to let a Tier 4 player use one of its 3 Divine Twilight sets was a huge extravagance. It can't be helped. This is Big Sis Blood Arrow's condition for participating in the rookie competition. Otherwise, she was going to join the preliminaries held in the Empire and fight for a slot through there, Markless Blade said with a bitter smile. To ensure enough members can enter the official competition, the guild has no choice but to lend the Divine Twilight set to her. There were countless Tier 4 experts in the myriad 4A Empire, not to mention, due to the value of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition, many paragons from long ago would also be making a reappearance, and nobody knew how many of these paragons existed. Even the mighty Empress Blood Arrow might get disqualified from the invitational competition's preliminaries. Heavenly Boa naturally wouldn't let LaRoja take such a risk. After all, this was the best opportunity to join the Galaxy Conglomerate. Every additional slot the guild secured in the invitational competition's official phase would increase the guild's chances of success. Moreover, if LaRoja had the Divine Twilight set assisting her, she was practically guaranteed to get into the rookie competition's top 20. If luck was on Heavenly Boa's side, LaRoja could even lead an entire party into the top 20. Hence, Heavenly Boa eventually agreed to LaRoja's demands. It seems the rookie competition is going to be boring, Red Frost said, sighing. Before Red Frost and Markless Blade could continue with their conversation, a knock suddenly came from the door. Immediately afterward, a silver-haired young man whose mental strength had reached the 2-star Grandmaster standard entered the room and quickly approached Red Frost. However, instead of speaking right away, the young man glanced at Markless Blade and revealed a hesitant look. "Just say it. That kid won't dare to spread anything he hears here," Red Frost said, chuckling as he looked at the silver-haired youth. "I'll break his legs if he dares." Markless Blade shuddered when he heard Red Frost's threat. Meanwhile, after getting Red Frost's approval, the silver-haired youth said, "Commander, this just came in, but it seems something big has happened in the God's Domain Association building." "Something big? What could possibly happen in the association?" Red Frost responded nonchalantly. The God's Domain Association was a training ground for newcomers. No matter how big of a fuss these newcomers made, it'd be nothing more than a commotion caused by children. She'd only be wasting her time paying attention to matters involving children. "A monster!" the silver-haired youth said with a look of awe. "A monster that has never been seen in Star Lake City's history has appeared in the God's Domain Association." "A monster? How monstrous are we talking about?" Red Frost asked, her curiosity slightly piqued. "Could they be comparable to Sherfong?" "No, she's even more monstrous than him, coming in 10th place on her first test," the silver-haired youth said, a chill spreading across his body when he spoke about this achievement. "Every power in Star Lake City has probably set their sights on her already. I think even the city lord got startled by this matter. As soon as the silver-haired youth finished speaking, silence suddenly descended upon the training room. After the silence lasted for a moment, Red Frost stared at the silver-haired youth with widened eyes and asked, "What did you say? Say it again." "That monster came in 10th place in the selection on her first test. By now, every power in Star Lake City has probably set their sights on her already," the silver-haired youth repeated. "Commander, what should we do? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3260 Chapter 334 Monster Level Treatment. Chapter 3260 Chapter 334 Monster Level Treatment. Coming in 10th on the first test, Markless Blade, who had taken a seat next to the fighting right, was similarly shocked when he heard the silver-haired youth's report. As one of the Star Lake Legion's vice commanders, Markless Blade had a much more thorough understanding of Star Lake City's situation than outsiders. Going by Star Lake City's database, the last time someone had ranked within the top 30 of the City Legion selection on their first try was several hundred years ago. That person was also the only person to have accomplished such a feat in Star Lake City. Meanwhile, that person eventually rose beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. 3-star mental strength grandmasters were individuals qualified to pioneer a third-tier city in the greater world and become the lord of a city. Should 3-star mental strength grandmasters join a corporation, they would be given the position of Grand Elder without question. As for individuals who had gone beyond mental strength grandmasters, they were all big shots in the greater world, and even conglomerates would strongly try to recruit them. At the same time, they were also the foundation for corporations to become a conglomerate. If a newcomer really did manage to come in 10th place in Star Lake City selection on their first test, Markless Blade couldn't even begin to imagine what such a monster could accomplish in the future. Once news of such a monster spread, the Star Lake Legion's competition wouldn't just be limited to Star Lake City's various powers. The powers of the various mobile cities would also try to get in on the action. Even the various conglomerates might go out of their way to recruit this monster. But it's going to be a challenge to snatch up such a monster, Red Frost said after pondering for some time. Do you have any details of that person? We only know that her name is Bai Qingxue, also known as Gentle Snow in God's Domain. It is her first time entering the greater world, and she is currently tied to the Zero Wing Guild. The silver-haired youth answered. Zero Wing also happens to be the guild that Sherfong, the person you asked me to keep an eye on, belongs to. Zero Wing. Red Frost was a little surprised, and she couldn't help but chuckle. What an interesting guild we have on our hands. Markless Blade was similarly surprised. If it was a few days ago, he wouldn't have even known about the Zero Wing Guild. Now, however, he couldn't stay ignorant about Zero Wing's existence, even if he wanted to. After all, the person who had defeated him in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition was none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Now, not only was it revealed that Zero Wing possessed an expert of Black Flame's caliber, but the guild also possessed a monstrous genius like Gentle Snow. If the news about Gentle Snow was real, Zero Wing was no longer a guild that could be underestimated. We should act quickly, Commander. Otherwise, that monster might get snatched away by another city, the silver-haired youth urgently suggested to Red Frost. News of such a frightening monster would definitely reach the neighboring cities. After all, every city needed powerful experts to defend and lead it to acquire more resources and achieve stable growth. Meanwhile, if a third-tier city could grow into a second-tier city, the city's environment would undergo a qualitative transformation, and all residents of the city would see an increase in their life expectancy. Because of how much value monsters like Gentle Snow could bring, every one of them was a hot commodity among the various third-tier cities. However, it wasn't necessary for Gentle Snow to stay in Star Lake City. So long as other cities were willing to accept her, she could move to that city and become a resident there at any time. Relax. Red Frost smiled. Even if the other cities want to compete for her, they will have to wait until the selection is over, just like us. Not to mention, we have the home ground advantage. Rather than focus on what the other cities will do, we should pay closer attention to the corporate powers acting in secret. Bring some people over and make sure no accidents happen. Understood. The silver-haired youth quickly understood Red Frost's point and promptly left the room, not daring to waste even a moment. There were many corporations in the greater world, and there were bound to be some that wouldn't mind using unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. It was especially true when a monster-level genius was involved. The best time to strike at these geniuses would be when they were weak and without any powerful support. If a genius such as Gentle Snow met with an accident in Star Lake City would definitely become a laughingstock for the neighboring cities. Less than half an hour after Gentle Snow's test results came out, a group of 1-star mental strength grandmasters gathered outside the God's Domain Association building entrance. Every one of these mental strength grandmasters wore the uniform of the Star Lake Legion's official participants, and their arrival surprised many of the people in the building. These one-star mental strength grandmasters were different from the bodyguards hired by the various corporations. Every one of them was relatively young, and most of them were under the age of 35. Moreover, all of them were combat experts equipped with mind assistant devices. These one-star mental strength grandmasters could even take down a two-star mental strength grandmaster if a few of them worked together. Normally, these elites of the Star Lake Legion wouldn't show themselves in the God's Domain Association. Yet now, a group had gathered outside the association building's entrance. What's going on? Why did the Star Lake Legion's elites come here to stand guard? Is some big shot visiting the association? Did you not hear? A monster who managed to come in 10th place on her first test has appeared in Star Lake City. What? The Star Lake Legion dispatched one of its ace battle groups for her? Isn't the Legion worried the battle group's training might get affected? I recall that there is going to be a city battle next month. If this affects the outcome of the city battle, it will be a huge loss for Star Lake City. A huge loss? Not at all. I'll have you know that we are talking about the most talented genius Star Lake City has ever seen here. Once that monster grows up, she will become an existence that can help Star Lake City get elevated into a second-tier city. If that monster joins the Star Lake Legion, the city wouldn't care even if it loses several city battles, let alone one. Everyone started an enthusiastic discussion over the Star Lake Legion's actions. At the same time, they also couldn't help but be surprised by the lengths the Star Lake Legion was willing to go to recruit a monster-level genius. Normally, even geniuses who had already joined a conglomerate wouldn't dare to receive such treatment. After all, it should be known that members of the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups were geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were even paragons nurtured by the various hegemonic powers. In terms of strength, they were vastly superior to newcomer geniuses. Some of these paragons could even reach similar heights as the internal geniuses nurtured by the various conglomerates. God's Domain Association. First floor lobby. Gentle Snow, is it? Fighting spirit burned in Thousand Scar's heart when she saw the Star Lake Legion members standing guard outside the lobby. Meanwhile, when Death Omen, waiting in line next to Thousand Scars, saw the look on the other party's face, she suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to worry, Chinheng. Gentle Snow might have extraordinary talent, but she still won't be a match for you in the future. Lord Supreme Sky has already prepared a big present for you. Once you enter the greater world, even once-in-several-century monsters will be nothing but a joke to you. At that time, you'll even have hopes of becoming a core member of the Paimon conglomerate." Thousand Scars nodded to Death Omen's words. Talent might be important, but one's achievements in the greater world and the greater God's domain were also highly dependent on the resources and opportunities one had access to. When it came to these two factors, she was vastly superior to Sherfong and Gentle Snow. While Star Lake City's various powers and participants were talking about Gentle Snow, Sherfong had already conveyed all of the general information he knew about the greater world and the God's Domain Association to Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, the information leaving the two women in awe. At the same time, Sherfong also told the two to fully utilize the association's resources during this period, even if it meant dropping some of their responsibilities in the miniature ancient world. After all, personal strength was the #1 priority in the greater world. Everything else was secondary. Only with great strength could they get the various powers and cities to make them better offers. Afterward, Sherfong returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. When Sherfong reappeared in the ancient river Secret Land, he saw that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had already withdrawn from the ancient steel's learning state. When the two girls saw Sherfong returning, they turned to look at him with undisguised excitement in their eyes. "Did you two succeed?" Sherfong asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw the two girls' expressions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3261, Chapter 335, 6 Great Secret Art. Chapter 3261, Chapter 335, 6 Great Secret Art. Although Shifeng already knew the answer to his question when he saw the looks on the two girls' faces, he still found it a little unbelievable that they had succeeded. The mana techniques and combat techniques recorded in Ancient River's Secret Land's ancient steels differed from those recorded in legacy crystals. Due to the dilapidated state of the ancient steels, the mana techniques and combat techniques recorded on them were also fragmented to varying degrees. Combined with the limitation of time, learning the techniques recorded on these ancient steels was much more challenging than learning techniques recorded in legacy crystals. He had only gone offline for several hours. Even if he considered the time difference between the real and virtual worlds, no more than 10 hours should have gone by in God's domain. Normally, it would be a stretch for most people to learn a mana technique from a legacy crystal in 10 hours, let alone learn a God-ranked mana technique from an ancient steel. It should be known that many new geniuses would enter the Ancient River's Secret Land to learn mana techniques and combat techniques every month. Every one of these geniuses was an extraordinary individual. Yet, there would only be about a handful of players who could successfully learn a God-ranked mana technique or an advanced silver combat technique from the Ancient River's Secret Land each year. While Shifeng knew that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were very talented at manipulating mana, he still found it incredulous that both of them had successfully learned the mana technique that only the old demon during his previous life had managed to learn. We've learned it, Midsummer said, nodding. However, aside from feeling excited, she also revealed a look of confusion as she added, but what's recorded on this steel doesn't seem to be a mana technique. Not a mana technique? Shifeng was even more surprised now. The old demon who joined Demon's Gate was famous throughout the entire Starlight Realm during Shifeng's previous life. Meanwhile, either the old demon thought that nobody else could learn the mana cohesion method, or because the old demon thought the mana technique was no longer worth anything to him. But he had willingly revealed the mana cohesion method's existence during an interview with the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, ever since the old demon broke the news, the Ancient River Kingdom's Ancient River Secret Land had become a tourist attraction for many young geniuses in the Starlight Realm. Countless geniuses sought to learn the mana cohesion method that had allowed the old demon to become famous throughout the Starlight Realm. Unfortunately, apart from the old demon, nobody else had ever managed to learn the mana cohesion method. As a result, the mana technique eventually became irrelevant in the Starlight Realm. Knowing this, Shifeng never expected any good news when he told Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to try and learn the mana cohesion method. Yet now, not only did the two girls successfully learn the mana technique, but they were also telling him that whatever was recorded on the ancient steel wasn't actually a mana technique. Unless his memories were playing tricks on him, he was certain that the ancient steel before him was the same one mentioned by the old demon during his previous life. It seems to be a set of secret arts called the Four Gods Secret Art. Moreover, after we learned the secret art, the steel spat out these two things for us, Midsummer said before taking out 2 finger-sized gold pieces. Not only did the 2 gold pieces radiate a dazzling glow, but they also exuded a frightening divine might. The Four Gods Secret Art, and these are divine, eternal gold. Shifeng was shocked when he saw the gold pieces Midsummer took out. Are these things amazing? Guild leader Black Flame. Midsummer curiously asked when she saw the surprised look on Shifeng's face. From what she and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned about the Four Gods Secret Art, this secret art set wasn't all that powerful. Rather than mana techniques that improved players' combat power, the Four Gods Secret Art was closer to special items that improved players' combat power. This was great and all, but there was a problem in that the four-god secret art was split into 4 parts that corresponded to the 4 major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, only up to 4 players could learn the four-god secret art. Currently, Midsummer had only grasped the earth elements part, while Wu Xiaoxiao had only grasped the water elements part. To further complicate matters, they needed to expend a large amount of mana of corresponding elements to receive this improvement. If they tried to use items that contained an aggregate of mana, such as magic crystals and mana stones, as fuel, the improvements they would receive would be very small. If they wished to receive significant improvements, they would have to use attributed magic crystals or highly valuable 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, even if they used 7 luminaries crystals to fuel the four-god secret art, they would only receive a 100% boost to skills and spells. While it might be a significant increase, it was by no means a worthwhile trade-off. Rather than learn the four-god secret art, they'd rather learn a god-ranked mana technique. As for the gold pieces the steel spat out, they might exude divine might, but they could only be regarded as ordinary legendary materials. According to their item introduction, they could only be used to increase the forging success rate of weapons and equipment. Even then, the most they could do was increase the forging success rate of fragmented legendary items by 10%. Amazing? They're far more than just amazing. Shifeng said, feeling a little exasperated when he saw the indifferent look on Midsummer's face. Setting aside how useful the divine eternal gold is in weapon and equipment production, just the four-god secret art you've learned is of immense value. The four-god secret art is one of the Starlight Realm's 6 great secret arts, and users of the secret art can rely on it to transcend tiers. Secret arts were different from combat techniques and mana techniques. They were special methods of using items in God's domain. Among the Starlight Realm's secret arts, 6 were recorded in the Starlight Realm's Great Library as Great Secret Arts. According to legends, these 6 great secret arts could rival gold combat techniques. So long as a player could fully grasp one of these 6 great secret arts, they would have the ability to transcend tiers. Moreover, unlike mana techniques and combat techniques, secret arts placed very little burden on their users' concentration. They relied mainly on external items for fuel. The four-god secret art was the greatest achievement of the god of 4 elements. If players were to use only 1 out of 4 elements to execute the secret art, the effect they could exhibit would be weak. However, as the number of elements used to execute the four-god secret art increased, the greater the secret art's effect would become. Many powers in the Starlight Realm had expended countless manpower and resources to search for the 6 great secret arts. However, none of them had ever managed to come up with any powers. Yet now Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned one of these 6 great secret arts. Even if it was only a portion, it would still give the Starlight Realm's various powers high blood pressure if they learned about it. By the way, in the time you were gone, many things happened in the secret land, Guild Leader Black Flame. Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly said in an urgent tone. Just an hour ago, the 7th qualifier had already appeared. The 7th qualifier? Shifeng was stunned to hear this. The official phase of the rookie competition had a 3-day duration. It hadn't even been half a day since the official phase began. Yet 7 players had already qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. Although there were many heroic spirits in the secret land, they weren't everywhere. Originally, Shifeng thought that with several dozen teams competing over these heroic spirits, it should take at least 2 days for the first qualifier to appear. Yet now, 7 qualifiers had already appeared in just a little more than 10 hours. This speed was simply astonishing. Moreover, the fact that 7 people had already qualified meant only 3 slots left to enter the ancient river's heart. While Shifeng was in a daze, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to player Saint 3 for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 8th person qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Mutated Heroic Spirit. Chapter 336, Mutated Heroic Spirit. Following the system announcement, the atmosphere across the ancient river's secret land tensed up significantly. The audiences spectating the broadcast of the rookie competition also went into an uproar. Are these people really human? The first qualifier usually only appears on the second day or later in past rookie competitions. Yet, 8 qualifiers have already appeared, even though only 10 hours have gone by in the competition this time. How are other people supposed to compete against them? Most of the parties, led by the kingdom's 10 great paragons, have only collected around 30 to 40 heroic spirit remnants thus far. Yet those 8 qualifiers have collected 100 already. Just how fast are their parties in killing heroic spirits? It's not surprising. After all, monsters like the Myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow Laroja and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated Battle Maniac Cross are participating in this competition. The 8 qualifiers are basically a group of monsters. The fight for number 1 is definitely going to be worth seeing later on. Indeed, any one of these 8 qualifiers could have easily secured first place in past competitions. Now, all 8 of them have appeared at the same time. Who among them will emerge victorious is anyone's guess. How strange. What happened to the Azura Sword Emperor? Didn't he defeat Markless Blade? Black Flame might have defeated Markless Blade, but Markless Blade is still slightly inferior to the 8 qualifiers. In my opinion, Black Flame could, at best, get into the top 20. The spectators started a heated discussion when they saw the birth of the 8th qualifier. The quality of the rookie competition's participants this time was vastly superior to those of past competitions. It was especially so for the veteran paragons. Although the various kingdoms' young paragons were by no means weak, those veteran paragons showed everyone with their performances that even with the passing of time, they wouldn't allow younger paragons and geniuses to overtake them easily. Meanwhile, out of the 8 players who qualified to enter the ancient river's heart, the ones who had attracted the most attention from the spectating audience were the Myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated Battle Maniac. During their generation, both of them were known to be invincible among Tier 4 players. However, as the two had never fought each other, nobody knew which one of them was stronger. Now, though, an opportunity had come for them to fight. Hence, everyone was eager to see who was stronger. Would it be Empress Blood Arrow, or would it be the undefeated Battle Maniac? While the spectators were discussing the 8 qualifiers, Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao revealed gloomy expressions. Search bit ly/3TFS4P4 for the original. Shi Feng's goal in participating in the rookie competition this time was to get into the top 10 and enter the ancient river's heart. Now, however, 8 out of the 10 entry slots had already been occupied. Moreover, judging by how quickly the 8 slots were taken up, it shouldn't be long before the 9th and 10th qualifiers appeared as well. How quick of them, Shi Feng said, taking a deep breath. It seems we'll have to act ahead of time. Act ahead of time. Midsummer looked at Shi Feng in confusion. Do you mean killing heroic spirits? No matter how Midsummer racked her brain, she simply couldn't figure out how they could secure a spot among the top 10 before the 2 remaining slots were taken. Although she and Wu Xiao Xiao could now enhance their combat power if they spent 7 Luminaries crystals to use the 4-god secret art, the boost wasn't enough to let them catch up to the other participants. No. Shi Feng shook his head. Then he smiled and said, Our targets are the other parties. Other parties? Midsummer was stunned. Robbing players was indeed the quickest way to collect heroic spirit remnants. However, doing so came with great risks. It was especially so now that the competition had already reached the halfway point. If they tried to rob a party, there was a high chance a third party would take advantage of the situation to eliminate them. At the start of the competition, all parties had killed hardly any heroic spirits, so they wouldn't have many heroic spirit remnants in their possession. Unless there existed a grudge between two parties, it wouldn't be worthwhile for parties to fight each other. However, at this point, every party had already killed quite a few heroic spirits, so they should have many heroic spirit remnants in their possession. If two parties were to start clashing in this situation, the commotion caused would definitely tempt nearby parties to take advantage of the situation. So, if their party of 3 were to attack other parties now, not only would they risk getting no heroic spirit remnants for their efforts, but they might even risk the elimination of their party. "Don't worry," Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the worry on Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's faces. Then he took out 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal from his bag and handed each girl 1,000, saying, "With our party strength, nobody should think of taking advantage of us." If it was before Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned the 4-god secret art, Shifeng wouldn't have chosen to attack other parties since they would risk getting attacked by numerous parties. If the number of enemies became too overwhelming, even he would be powerless to resist. After all, most of the parties that had gotten into the official phase were extraordinary. They had a bunch of life-saving methods. If they used these life-saving methods to drag out the fight, there'd be nothing he could do against them once he expended all his trump cards. However, it was a different story now that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned the 4-god secret art. "Time is running out, so let's move quickly," Shifeng said as he turned to a direction with obvious mana fluctuations. Then he swiftly ran in that direction. Seeing this, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao exchanged looks before gritting their teeth and chasing after Shifeng. Currently, apart from robbing other players, there wasn't any other way they could collect 100 heroic spirit remnants within a short time. So, they had no choice but to take some risks. A few minutes later, Shifeng's party of 3 arrived under a cliff, and the mana fluctuations they sensed came from the top of the cliff. Currently, over 30 players could be seen on top of the cliff. Although these players clearly came from different parties, they were not fighting each other. Instead, they were working together to take on several heroic spirits with little HP remaining. Moreover, these players all wore joyful and excited looks on their faces. That is a mutated hero. Shifeng was shocked and confused when he saw the leader of the group of heroic spirits. Ancient heroic spirit, mutant tier 4 great wizard, level 145 HP 5 billion. Mutants were special monsters in God's domain. Unlike normal monsters, mutated monsters didn't have their movements restricted to specific areas. In addition, they could also continuously grow stronger, meaning the more monsters and players they killed, the stronger they would become. There were 22 monsters that should never be provoked in the greater God's domain. Or, more specifically, there were 22 monsters that even ancient gods were helpless against, let alone players. When faced with these 22 monsters, even the various apex powers would have to run away. In their current state, any one of these 22 monsters was capable of single-handedly destroying an entire realm. Many gods' domains had also faced destruction at the hands of these 22 monsters. Meanwhile, among these 22 monsters, more than half were mutants. Initially, these mutants were incredibly weak, with some even starting at only tier 3. However, as they continuously grew stronger, they eventually became invincible existences in God's domain. However, in exchange for their unrestricted growth, mutants would drop incredibly lucrative rewards when killed. Normally, a mutant would drop items 1 tier above their current tier. Mutants found in the greater God's domain would even drop unique items. These unique items would differ depending on the mutant's tier. The quality of a mutant's loot would also differ significantly according to its tiers. Normally, a tier 4 mutant would drop items between the epic and legendary rank, while tier 5 mutants would drop fragmented divine artifacts, and tier 6 mutants would drop divine artifacts. Quick! The mutant is about to die. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337 Twin Goddesses Debut. Chapter 337 Twin Goddesses Debut. At the reminder of one of the players on the cliff, the other 30-plus experts raised their attentiveness. The mutant's HP has already fallen below 10%. Commander, should we get ready to use our trump card now? Lightning Chaser, who is attacking an ordinary heroic spirit on the side, anxiously whispered to Desolate Fury, who was blocking the attacks of the same heroic spirit with his shield. Let's wait a little longer, Desolate Fury said. When he saw that over 20 people were attacking the mutated heroic spirit, a hint of anxiety also appeared in his eyes. We'll use it when the mutant's HP falls under 2%. We only have one chance. If we fail, we'll really be leaving this rookie competition with nothing to show for our efforts. But the other parties, Lightning Chaser said worriedly as he looked at the other parties nearby. The mutated heroic spirit was incredibly powerful, and no individual party could defeat it. As a result, the various parties here had formed a tacit agreement to work together and not attack each other before the mutated heroic spirit was taken down. Should any party violate this implicit agreement, the other parties would work together to eliminate the offending party. However, this also meant that the mutated heroic spirit's death would signal the various parties to start attacking each other. Currently, their party of two no longer had any hopes of competing for the top 20 spots. In fact, this was the case for 80% of the parties here. This meant that these parties would most likely leave the rookie competition empty-handed. Now that a Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit had appeared before these parties, they would definitely use everything they could to secure its loot, just like how their party of two was prepared to use their strongest trump card. However, if another party used its trump card first and secured the loot, there'd be nothing anyone could do about it. When players died in the Ancient River Secret Lands Central Zone, only half of the heroic spirit remnants they collected were guaranteed to drop. As for the other items they looted, there was only a chance that these items would drop on their death. It wasn't a guaranteed drop. Hence, the mutated heroic spirit's death became the key moment to snatch its loot. The more precise they could time the mutated heroic spirit's death, the greater their chances of snatching its loot. If they took action too soon or too late, there was a high chance the other parties would hinder them. Their party of two's trump card was a Tier 5 magic scroll. It was even a magic scroll for Meltdown, the strongest single target fire-attributed Tier 5 spell. One hit from this spell could heavily injure even a legendary monster. However, nobody knew how much damage the spell could do to a Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit. After all, mutants were extremely rare, and there was no data they could reference. While Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury were whispering, the mutated heroic spirit's HP fell steadily. 9%, 8%, 7%. As the mutated heroic spirit's HP decreased, the tension among the various parties grew. Some parties holding back the ordinary heroic spirits had also started to move closer to the mutated heroic spirit. Commander Mantra, Commander Silent, more than 50 people have gathered nearby already. Should we take action in advance? Marshal Quad Beast of the Iron Lion Kingdom whispered to Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintess after taking a look at the situation on the cliff. The mutant's HP is still too high. We can afford to wait until its HP is at 4%, Glorious Mantra said. He had similarly noticed the increased number of experts on the cliff. However, he simply smiled and continued. The other parties won't expect us to work together. If the three of us act simultaneously, we can take away 4% of the mutant's HP instantly. Even if the other parties use their trump cards, they can, at most, take 2 or 3% of the mutant's HP. That might be the case, but with so many people gathered here, can we really get away safely afterward? Marshal Quadbeast said as he glanced at some of the experts hiding in the surroundings. If those people lose their minds and dump all their trump cards on us, there's no way the three of us can survive. It was true that the three of them had combat power at the Tier 5 standard. Even the Titan behemoth responsible for tanking the mutated heroic spirit was a summoned beast. However, they would still be reduced to ashes in an instant if they were subjected to the various parties' rampant bombardment. It should be known that their goal wasn't just to acquire the mutated heroic spirit's loot. They were also aiming to get into the rookie competition's top 20. Hence, unlike the other parties, they couldn't afford to die. Do not worry. My silent death will ensure nobody can stop us from escaping, Silent Saintess said confidently. Silent death? Marshal Quad Beast relaxed significantly when he heard Silent Saintess's words. Silent Death was a Tier 4 super spell that could put all enemies within a 500-yard radius into a silent state. In this state, not only would players be prohibited from using skills and spells, but they would also be prohibited from using any tools. In addition, targets affected by Silent Death would also have their reaction speed sharply reduced. Moreover, unlike other silencing skills and spells, Silent Death would not put the same restriction on the user or the user's teammates. It would only restrict the user's opponents. So, it was an incredibly rare and powerful super spell, and the spellbook for it was far more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. Although Silent Death came with a severe flaw in that it only had a short duration of 6 seconds, it was still a super spell that countless magical class players sought to learn. This was because 6 seconds was enough for an expert to do many things. It was even enough for an expert to kill a player multiple times. In addition, Silent Death did not require any chanting. It could be extended just like a mana domain. When the mutated heroic spirit's HP fell to 5%, 3 figures suddenly broke out of the rank of players attacking the mutant from range and approached the mutant at flying speeds. Who are those people? How dare they take action at this time? Are they tired of living? When everyone saw the 3 figures approaching the mutated heroic spirit, nobody bothered to stop them. Instead, everyone simply laughed as they looked at the 3 figures. There were nearly 20 parties gathered here currently, but none of them were confident in instant killing the mutated heroic spirit when it had 5% of its HP remaining. So, if someone could step forward to shave off some of the mutated heroic spirit's HP for them, they'd be able to use their trump card to instantly kill the mutant and get the best timing to snatch the mutant's loot. As to what would happen to the 3 impatient players, they would definitely be bombarded into smithereens by the various parties' trump cards. "Attack!" shouted the male swordsman standing in the lead, suddenly shouted as the 3 figures arrived before the mutated heroic spirit. "He's Black Flame." Why did they decide to act at this time? Many people recognized Black Flame's appearance and couldn't help but be confused as to why Black Flame would make a move so soon. Not good. Kill them. Marshal Quad Beast instinctively shouted when he saw Black Flame. Other people might not know exactly how powerful the Azura Sword Emperor was, but Marshal Quad Beast did. If it was Black Flame, the man might very well have a method to instantly shave off 5% of the mutated heroic spirit's HP too late. When Shifeng saw the mythic-ranked Titan behemoth turning away from the mutated heroic spirit to attack him, he simply ignored it and let its claw descend upon him. When the Titan behemoth's claw was 5 yards from reaching Shifeng, the 2 girls, who had been chanting and drawing divine runes beside Shifeng all this time, suddenly raised the staves they wielded. Immediately, 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal in Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's bags transformed into a stream of mana that flowed into the divine runes they drew. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Shortle at /MCOX. Tier 4 spell, Crumbling Earth. Tier 4 spell, Water Spout. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Mutants' Rewards. Chapter 338, Mutants rewards. TL notes. 1 changed crumbling earth to rumbling earth. 2 important I wrongly misinterpreted the Ross in chapter 335. Fixed it now. And below are the changes I've made. Incorrect version. This was great and all, but there's a problem in that the 4-God secret art was split into 4 parts that corresponded to the 4 major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, only up to 4 players could learn the 4-God secret art. Corrected version. This was great and all, but there was a problem in that the 4-God secret art was split into 4 parts that corresponded to the 4 major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, each part could only be learned by 1 player, and up to a maximum of 4 players could learn the 4-God secret art. Are they crazy? Lightning Chaser was stunned by the spells Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao used. Do they think they can instantly kill the mutated heroic spirit and block the Titan Behemoth's attack with only Tier 4 spells? The mutated heroic spirit might be a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but it was still a mutant. In terms of overall strength, the Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit was comparable to legendary monsters. Although the mutated heroic spirit was far less durable than legendary monsters, it could attack using various combinations of spells, achieving attacks far stronger than the average legendary monster. Moreover, as a great wizard, the mutated heroic spirit possessed incredibly high magic resistance. The mutant's magic resistance was so high that ordinary Tier 4 spells could hardly damage it, let alone take away 5% of its HP in one fell swoop. Stopping the Titan Behemoth's attack with only Tier 4 spells was also a joke. The Titan Behemoth might only be at the mythic rank, but its bloodline allowed it to have strength at the Tier 5 standard. This was also why the Titan Behemoth could hold its ground against the mutated heroic spirit. If any Tier 4 metric tons tried to tank the mutated heroic spirit, they would have long since been reduced to ashes. When Lightning Chaser thought Shi Feng's party of 3 was going to get killed by the Titan Behemoth's attack, the ground suddenly shook as if a magnitude 8 earthquake was taking place. Then the ground several hundred yards around the Titan Behemoth cracked and burst apart, sending everyone but Shi Feng's party flying into the air. Even the Titan Behemoth's massive frame was sent airborne. After the earth exploded, a stream of energy shot out of the shattered ground and struck the defensive spell the mutated heroic spirit had cast to protect itself. Meanwhile, not only did this stream of energy instantly shatter the defensive spell, but it also rapidly reduced the mutant's HP. How is this possible? It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Shortle. At /MCOX. Is this really the rumbling earth I know? Everyone was stunned by what they saw, whether it be the experts on the battlefield or the players spectating from the outside world. Rumbling Earth was a widely available Tier 4 spell in the Greater God's domain. Because of this, even newcomers who had only come into contact with God's domain recently knew about the spell and its details. However, compared to the Rumbling Earth everyone knew, the one they had just seen Midsummer cast felt like an entirely different spell. For a moment, everyone even suspected that what Midsummer had cast wasn't actually the Tier 4 Rumbling Earth, but some Tier 5 spell they didn't know about. Otherwise, how could they explain the scale and power of Midsummer's Rumbling Earth? While the mutated heroic spirit's HP was continuously decreasing, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sound of thunder echoed throughout the entire ancient river's secret land. At the same time, countless water droplets formed in a 500-yard radius around the mutated heroic spirit. Then, before anyone could react, these water droplets congregated around the mutated heroic spirit. In the blink of an eye, a waterspout with a height of nearly 1,000 meters appeared before everyone's eyes. The water droplets forming the waterspout were akin to sharp blades capable of cutting apart even space. Surrounded by these water droplets, the mutated heroic spirit was utterly incapable of defending itself. As a result, damage values in the thousands rapidly appeared above the mutant's head, one after another. Combined with the constant stream of energy rising from the ground, it took only a second before the mutated heroic spirit lost all of its HP. The mutant's death happened so quickly that nobody present had any time to react. This impossible. Since when did the Tier 4 waterspout become so strong? Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the dead, mutated heroic spirit and the deformed cliff. Not only did Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao deform the entire cliff with only 2 Tier 4 spells, but they also used these same spells to instantly remove 5% of the mutated heroic spirit's HP. Moreover, this was only because the mutated heroic spirit only had 5% of its HP remaining. Otherwise, Midsummer's rumbling earth and Wu Xiaoxiao's waterspout could have caused even more damage. At this time, the various experts present weren't the only ones dumbfounded by the scene. Even Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were shocked by the effects of their own spells. Is this the power of the 4 gods' secret art? Midsummer thought, feeling flabbergasted as she looked at the results her rumbling earth produced. After being enhanced by the 4 gods' secret art, rumbling earth, an ordinary Tier 4 spell, had managed to exhibit power close to rivaling that of Tier 5 curses. This result was completely different from the secret art's description. Right now, Midsummer suspected she could even fight against an actual Tier 5 player, so long as she had the 4 gods' secret art. Of course, that was under the precondition that she had enough 7 Luminaries crystals. It cost 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal just to enhance one attack. Not even hegemonic powers would dare to fool around with the 4 gods' secret art. After all, it was very normal for a battle between 2 Tier 5 players to involve dozens or hundreds of exchanges unless there was a significant gap. As expected of one of the 6 great secret arts, it can already achieve such power with only 2 people using it together. If 4 people use it together, even an expert with a gold combat technique mastered would have to run away. Shifeng thought as he looked at the ruined cliff. Every one of the Starlight Realm's 6 great secret arts was only mentioned in legends. Nobody had ever seen the 6 great secret arts' true effects and power. Everyone only knew that they rivaled gold combat techniques. However, after seeing Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao using the 4 gods' secret art, Shifeng felt that the 6 great secret arts might be even more powerful than the legends described. At this moment, Shifeng even suspected that the old demon-back then had already secretly gathered 4 people to learn the 4 gods' secret art. Hence, he dared to reveal the so-called mana cohesion method to the public. Either that or he had intended to spread the information so that he could get enough people to learn the 4 gods' secret art. After all, if the 4 gods' secret art was already so powerful with only 2 people using it, if 4 people used the secret art together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them invincible among Tier 6 players. While everyone was shocked, a purple glow enveloped Shifeng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao as all 3 of them leveled up to level 140. The mutant is dead. Snatch the loot. Quick, don't let the 3 of them get the loot. Upon seeing Shifeng's group of 3 level up, everyone promptly snapped out of their daze and focused their attention on the items falling out of the sky. The mutated heroic spirit dropped over 100 items on its death, and every one of these items radiated powerful mana and aura, an indicator that these items were extraordinary. Currently, however, Shifeng's party was not only the closest to the loot, but the trio had also grasped the timing of the loot's appearance the most accurately out of everyone. The trio had charged at the dropped items as soon as they appeared and started frenziedly grabbing items out of the air. Damn it, we're a step too late. Let's join forces to kill them. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving with any loot. Okay, let's kill them together. Immediately, everyone steeled their resolves and tacitly used their trump cards at Shifeng's party of 3 simultaneously. TL notes: if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Replica Fragmented Divine Artifact. Chapter 339. Replica Fragmented Divine Artifact. Upon seeing Shifeng's party of 3 move for the items that were slowly falling out of the sky, the 50-plus players on the cliff promptly took action, using either Tier 5 magic scrolls or consumables that could exhibit power at the Tier 5 standard. In the blink of an eye, 7 Tier 5 spells and 5 Tier 5 tools were used. Among the consumables used, there was even the Tier 5 Annihilation Thunderbolt, the Tier 5 Sanctioning Flames, and the Tier 5 Aurora Spear. When Shifeng saw all these Tier 5 attacks, even he couldn't help but be a little astonished. Tier 5 magic scrolls were extremely precious, even in the greater god's domain. Even the cheapest Tier 5 magic scroll was close to rivaling fragmented legendary items in value. As for the Tier 5 consumables, they were priced exactly the same as fragmented legendary items, and even the various hegemonic powers had very few of these items. Yet this time 7 Tier 5 magic scrolls and 5 Tier 5 consumables were used. Not even the various hegemonic powers would dare to be so wasteful. Put up your defenses. A quick look at Shortle at /MCOX will leave you more fulfilled. When the 12 Tier 5 attacks were within 20 yards of Shifeng's party, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao simultaneously finished chanting their respective incantations. Tier 4 defensive spell, Omni Guard. Tier 4 defensive spell, Ocean's Wall. As soon as the two cast their defensive spells, another 200 units of 7 luminaries, crystal, disappeared from each of their bags. At the same time, 2 barriers formed around Shifeng's party. One was made of rocks, while the other was made of seawater. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the Tier 5 spells and Tier 5 consumables collided with the 2 barriers, the impact resulting in an explosion that instantly turned the sky into a dark void and sent all players within a 100-yard radius flying. The sound of the explosion also echoed throughout the entire Ancient River Secret Land's central zone. Amazing! I didn't think a bunch of Tier 5 magic scrolls being used together could achieve such an effect. The destructive power of this attack is already on par with the bombardment of a party of Tier 5 Grand Wizards. What a pity. I thought Black Flame could get into the top 10 and compete against those paragons. Now, it seems that won't be possible. Whether it was the various powers geniuses responsible for using the Tier 5 magic scrolls and consumables, or the players spectating the battle's broadcast, everyone couldn't help but gasp at the sight before them. There is no doubt that this rookie competition was the most exciting instance out of all rookie competitions held in the Ancient River Kingdom. Even the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses paled compared to the gathering of paragons in this rookie competition. Sure enough, none of the parties here should be underestimated. Glorious mantras, martial quad beasts, and silent saintesses' hearts pounded as they looked at the huge cloud of dust before them. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would probably be obliterated if they had to go up against so many Tier 5 attacks simultaneously. After all, even the average Tier 5 player would have difficulty reacting to so many Tier 5 attacks, let alone Tier 4 players. However, just when everyone was getting ready to charge forward and compete for the mutated heroic spirit's loot, the dust cloud settled, and the scene that entered everyone's eyes stunned them. They didn't die. At this time, the 2 barriers made of rocks and seawater could be seen crumbling apart in the air. However, the 3 figures hovering behind the destroyed barriers remained perfectly intact. When Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury saw this, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. For a moment, they even suspected they weren't looking at Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, but 2 people disguised as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao instead. They simply couldn't believe that the 2 girls had managed to defend against 12 Tier 5 attacks. How close! Sweat rolled down Wu Xiaoxiao's forehead as she looked at the disintegrating barriers in front of her. Had we failed to perfectly merge Omniguard and Ocean's wall this time, we would have definitely been killed. It's fortunate that we would normally practice combining defensive spells. Although the Four God Secret Art allowed them to exhibit Tier 5 effects with their Tier 4 spells, there was a limit to what a Tier 5 defensive spell could do against Tier 5 attacks. Not to mention, every one of the 5 Tier 5 consumables was on par with Tier 5 destruction spells in terms of power. Just one of these Tier 5 consumables was enough to overwhelm the average Tier 5 defensive spell. Fortunately, after arriving in the Greater God's domain, Wu Xiaoxiao would often fight alongside Midsummer and occasionally combine their spells to achieve stronger effects. This allowed them to combine their 2 Tier 4 defensive spells perfectly and enhance their spell's power significantly, which, in turn, allowed them to just barely defend against the bombardment of Tier 5 attacks. Had their coordination been weaker, or had their opponents launched more Tier 5 attacks, their defenses would have most certainly failed to protect them. This can't continue. I highly doubt our combination spell will be enough to stop their next attack, Midsummer said, her complexion turning slightly pale when she saw that the various parties down below were getting ready to launch another round of attacks. At this time, the many experts present had clearly realized that their attack, just now, was slightly off the mark. Hence, more than 10 parties have taken out Tier 5 magic scrolls now. Glorious Mantra had even brought out a silver combat puppet. A silver combat puppet. So long as players entered a silver combat puppet, they would immediately gain Tier 5 combat power. A silver combat puppet was superior to even legendary monsters when it came to strength and defense. Not even a real Tier 5 player would dare to trade blows with a silver combat puppet. When Martial Quad Beast and Silent Saintess saw Glorious Mantra's silver combat puppet, they were greatly surprised. Neither of them had expected Glorious Mantra to have such a frightening trump card hidden. A silver combat puppet, is it? When Shifeng saw Glorious Mantra's trump card, he quietly took out one of the pieces of divine, eternal gold Midsummer had given to him. Then he said to Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, "I'll stop them while you two collect the loot." This, Midsummer was at a loss for words when she heard Shifeng's command. It should be known that they were going up against a silver combat puppet and over 10 Tier 5 magic scrolls. No matter how she looked at it, this wasn't an attack any Tier 4 player could defend against alone. However, since this was Shifeng's command, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao promptly did as they were told. Don't even think about getting the loot so easily. Before Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could reach for the loot around them, Glorious Mantra charged at them in his silver combat puppet. The Cursemancer was not at all worried about the various parties that were about to activate their Tier 5 magic scrolls. Devour. After Shifeng took a look at the fast-approaching silver combat puppet, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night. Immediately afterward, the divine eternal gold in his hand melted and transformed into a shining golden longsword. Formless sword. It was one of the 2 additional profound inheritances attached to the Winter of Eternal Night. It allowed him to convert any object in the world into a sword. Combined with what he had learned during his previous life from studying forging design for the Eternal Ashes, a fragmented divine artifact, he had created a replica of the Eternal Ashes during his previous life. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340. One Sword to Silence Them All. Chapter 340. One Sword to Silence Them All. Does Black Flame really think he can stop a silver combat puppet all by himself? He's probably trying to buy time. After all, there's so many people targeting his party right now. It's only natural he would try to secure as much of the loot as possible. I would do the same in his shoes. The opportunity to join the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition might be great, but getting into the competition and actually winning an invitation are 2 entirely different stories. rather than gamble for the small chance of winning an invitation. It'd be much better to just secure a few of the items dropped by the mutated heroic spirit. A Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit's loot is better than even that of Tier 5 legendary world bosses. If he's lucky, he might even get a few fragmented legendary items. When everyone saw Shifeng trying to stop the silver combat puppet by himself, they shook their heads at the futility of his struggle. At the same time, though, they couldn't help but look at him enviously. The silver combat puppet possessed strength superior to even Tier 5 berserkers. No matter how powerful Shifeng was, he was still only a Tier 4 player. If he tried to clash with the silver combat puppet head-on, he would definitely be sent flying and open to attacks. However, Shifeng didn't really have a choice. The silver combat puppet's target was Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. If Shifeng didn't intercept the silver combat puppet, the two girls would be instantly killed should they let it reach them. This, in turn, meant that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao wouldn't be available to stop the next wave of Tier 5 spells. As for Glorious Mantra, because he had the silver combat puppet's protection, he wasn't worried about the bombardment of Tier 5 spells at all. At worst, his silver combat puppet would lose some of its durability. Search bit ly/3tfs 4p4 for the original. So, for the sake of acquiring more loot, Shifeng had no choice but to take the initiative to stop the silver combat puppet. Otherwise, he'd be killed for nothing. Of course, if Shifeng's action allowed Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to grab a few fragmented legendary items, any sacrifices he made here would be worthwhile. It should be known that fragmented legendary items were precious to the various powers. Even hegemonic powers could only afford to give their peerless geniuses 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items when they were at Tier 4. Meanwhile, the more fragmented legendary items a Tier 4 player possessed, the more easily the player could get promoted to Tier 5. The Tier 5 promotion required players to collect all sorts of legacy guidances. Apart from the peerless geniuses of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers, the peerless geniuses and paragons of all other powers had to search for their legacy guidances on their own if they wanted to get promoted to Tier 5. Because of this, individual strength was very important for Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, the strength of a Tier 4 player was largely dependent on their weapons and equipment. At Tier 4 and Tier 5, even the difference of one fragmented legendary item could result in a significant difference in basic attributes. While everyone was discussing Shifeng's actions and decisions, the silver combat puppet suddenly swung several dozen punches at Shifeng. The silver combat puppet was 10 meters tall, and its fists were the size of houses. Adding on its strength that was at the Tier 5 peak standard, the silver combat puppet quickly transformed the space around it into a dark void with its several dozen punches. The power of its flurry of punches was vastly stronger than an attack from a Tier 5 magic scroll. Do you think you're invincible just because you defeated Markless Blade? Glorious Mantra sneered as he watched the silver combat puppet's fists rapidly overlapping with Shifeng's figure. In terms of combat standards and basic attributes, Glorious Mantra admitted that he was inferior to Markless Blade. However, the outcome of fights between players out in the fields wasn't decided based solely on these two factors. The various tools players wielded also played an important role. Combat puppets were strategic weapons designed for war. In the case of silver combat puppets, they were slaughter machines often used by the various hegemonic powers when they waged war against each other. A silver combat puppet could even go up against a group of Tier 5 players, let alone one Tier 4 player. Boom! 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 When the silver combat puppet's large fists fell on Shifeng's body, the sound of metal ringing appeared in a series and echoed throughout the entire mountaintop. Sparks also flew everywhere, brightening the dim sky a little. This? Impossible! Glorious Mantra gaped in shock when he saw Shifeng blocking the silver combat puppet's attacks and coming out unscathed. He had used a combination of the silver combat puppet's strength and his storm strike, a silver combat technique, to attack Sherfong. Not only did this combination allow him to exhibit power at the Tier 5 Apex standard with every punch, but it also enabled him to attack at the rate of a Tier 5 player. Even a paragon like Markless Blade would be instantly killed by such an attack. Yet, Sherfong had resisted the attacks without taking any damage. However, before Glorious Mantra could recover from his shock, the surrounding parties had already used their Tier 5 magic scrolls and Tier 5 consumables. Immediately, more than 20 Tier 5 spells flew at Sherfang's party. The combined might of the attacks vastly greater than the first round of attacks. Even the storm strike executed by the silver combat puppet paled in comparison. When Sherfong saw the oncoming Tier 5 spells, he began brandishing the golden longsword he wielded at the attacks. Immediately, over 20 dazzling sword lights cut through the Tier 5 spells one after another, causing them to disintegrate. Even the magic arrays maintaining these spells had crumbled and disappeared. Everything's gone. How is this possible? How did he break apart over 20 Tier 5 spells in an instant? Does his sword have some kind of mana destabilization effect? No, not even a mana destabilization effect can destabilize Tier 5 spells completely. It can, at most, destabilize Tier 4 spells and weaken Tier 5 spells. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the Tier 5 spells disintegrating. It wasn't uncommon to see Tier 4 spells getting destabilized, especially among players of their caliber. However, none of them had ever seen Tier 5 spells getting destabilized before. It should be known that the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 spells wasn't limited to just their power output. The mana composition and density of Tier 5 spells were also on a completely different level. The so-called mana destabilization effect was achieved by using stronger and denser mana to clash with mana of lower strength and density, causing the latter to destabilize and disintegrate. However, Tier 5 spells were made up of near-solid mana. Because of this, it was nigh impossible to destabilize a Tier 5 spell completely. It couldn't be achieved even with mana that had thoroughly achieved a solid state. At most, mana destabilization could destabilize a portion of a Tier 5 spell's mana, thereby weakening it. Yet, the Tier 5 spells before them had disappeared. Since you people have had your turn, it's my turn now. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, Sherfong swung his replica Eternal Ashes and merged it with the world around him. Holy law! Immediately, stone swords shot out from the ground in a 200-yard radius one after another, every sword carrying power rivaling the punches of the silver combat puppet. Not even Tier 5 players could afford to defend against these stone swords without adequate countermeasures. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 50-plus experts on the battlefield were killed. Some of these experts didn't even manage to react to the sudden attack before they got killed. As for the stronger experts, they only managed to block 1 or 2 stone swords before they got pierced by other stone swords and killed on the spot. Whether it was experts still alive on the battlefield or the players spectating from the outside world, they all fell silent at this moment. It should be known that every player on the battlefield was an extraordinary expert. Every one of them was either a peerless genius or a paragon who had gotten through the rookie competition's preliminaries, and even the weakest among them was a 4th floor expert. Moreover, they also had many life-saving measures, and even Tier 5 experts would have difficulty killing them. Yet now, Sherfong had killed nearly 30 of such experts in one move. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Top 10 Determined. Chapter 341, Top 10 Determined. TL Notes. Change the description for Formless Sword, Original. Additional Profound Inheritance 1, Formless Sword. Converts heaven and earth into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the surrounding environment and the magic array constructed by the user. Changed. Additional profound inheritance 1. Formless sword. Converts any object into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the object used and the magic array constructed by the user. Sure enough, the Eternal Ashes is an extraordinary weapon. Sher Fong mentally exclaimed when he saw that his attack had killed nearly 30 experts. One of the greatest harvests he had acquired in his previous life was the forging design for the Eternal Ashes. The Eternal Ashes was a fragmented divine artifact whose value rivaled complete divine artifacts. However, it had an absurdly high forging difficulty, and even divine forgers had a frighteningly low success rate at forging it. On top of that, the weapon required many divine artifact-ranked materials to produce. As a result, it was a weapon that had only ever existed in the form of a forging design. Originally, Sher Fong hadn't been expecting much when he used the pairing of the Eternal Divine Gold and the Eternal Ashes magic array to activate Formless Sword. So, it greatly surprised him when the replica Eternal Ashes turned out to be at the legendary rank. Only, as this replica was created using a profound inheritance and not through a normal weapon production procedure, it didn't come with any skills. Apart from some basic attributes, the only other thing that came with the replica Eternal Ashes was the mana immolation effect. Mana immolation was an ability unique to the Eternal Ashes. It was different from the widely known anti-magic and mana destabilization effects. The mana immolation effect allowed the Eternal Ashes to instantly incinerate all mana, even solidified mana. Without the support of mana, it went without saying that a spell could no longer sustain itself. So, just the mana immolation effect alone was already enough to make the Eternal Ashes a godly weapon against all magic. Sher Fong had never gotten an opportunity to use the Eternal Ashes or a replica of it in the past, so he never knew how powerful the fragmented divine weapon actually was. After using the replica divine ashes here, though he realized just how terrifying of a weapon it was, just the legendary ranked Eternal Ashes was already powerful enough to immolate even Tier 5 spells. Moreover, it wasn't even a complete legendary ranked replica. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the fragmented, divine, artifact-ranked Eternal Ashes could be. While Sher Fong was lost in his thoughts, the battlefield remained silent. Nobody tried to take advantage of his lapse in attention to attack him. Instead, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him, horrified. Everyone even forgot to compete for the mutated heroic spirit's loot. Only after a series of system notifications had appeared did everyone snap out of their dazes. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to player Black Flame for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 9th person qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to player Midsummer for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 10th person qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. Damn it, how can this be? Lightning Chaser's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw the system notifications, his hands subconsciously pulling at his hair out of frustration. Lightning Chaser wasn't surprised that Black Flame had gotten into the top 10. After all, the man had previously defeated Markless Blade. Now he had even defeated so many experts. Going by the rookie competition's rules, when a player killed other players, they would receive half of the heroic spirit remnants collected by the players they killed. Sher Fong had killed nearly 30 experts with his one attack. Even if he could only obtain 20 heroic spirit remnants from each player, he would still receive a total of nearly 600 heroic spirit remnants. However, Midsummer had done nothing but loot items this entire time. Yet, she had gotten into the top 10, fulfilling her previous claim of getting into the top 10. In addition, according to the competition's rules, players of the same party could share the heroic spirit remnants they had collected among themselves. So, the rookie competition's 11th place had most certainly gone to Wu Xiao. Only, as the 11th ranked player didn't qualify to enter the ancient river's heart, the system did not announce Wu Xiaoxiao's name. Even so, she had already qualified for the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. This privilege alone was already enough to make her the envy of all players in the ancient River Kingdom. It should be known that many paragons weren't even certain they could get past the preliminaries of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. Yet, now midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao got past it without having to do anything. Had Lightning Chaser agreed to form a party with Black Flame initially, he, too, could have joined the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competition as well. He wouldn't need to participate in the even more challenging preliminaries and fight against countless experts. At this moment, Lightning Chaser wasn't the only one envious of Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. The other experts present, particularly Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess, looked at the two girls with a mix of envy and anger coloring their faces. In a one-on-one fight, the three of them were confident they could beat Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao hands down, even if the two girls knew how to use over-tier spells. After all, over-tier spells were the only things the two girls knew how to use. Given enough time, they could slowly but surely defeat the two girls. Yet now the two girls had qualified before them. Xiaoxiao, we passed. We can join the Galaxy Conglomerate's competition. Midsummer exclaimed when she saw the system notification. The Galaxy Conglomerate generally only hosted an invitational competition once every several decades. Setting aside whether they could win the Galaxy Conglomerate's prestigious membership, just the opportunity to participate in the official competition alone was already incredibly valuable. After all, this was the perfect stage for them to display themselves to the Starlight Realm's various conglomerates. If they got noticed by a conglomerate, even if it wasn't the Galaxy Conglomerate, it would still be enough to change their lives forever. Support us a bit. ly/3TFS4P4. Moreover, the official competition was different from the cruel preliminaries, where one would be eliminated after just one defeat. To ensure the quality of the participants, the official competition adopted a point-based system. That was to say, participants in the official competition could fight against many experts, which could greatly help those looking to improve themselves. There had even been instances of experts failing to get an invitation, even after getting into one of the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competitions, but eventually growing into Tier 6 powerhouses, sought after by the various conglomerates, because of the growth they managed to achieve from fighting against the many experts during the competition. I get to participate in the competition as well. Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but rub her eyes when she saw the system notifications, her mind finding it hard to believe this situation was real. Although Wu Xiaoxiao had never participated in a conglomerate's invitational competition before, she knew that almost every player who had managed to get into the official phase of a conglomerate's invitational competition was either a peerless genius or a paragon internally nurtured by a hegemonic power. Just the opportunity to participate in an official invitational competition was an honor in and of itself. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to step onto a bigger stage in the greater God's domain. Even if she failed to win anything in the official competition, just the geniuses and paragons she could get to know would significantly help her future development. The Starlight Realm was a very big place, far bigger than any individual god's domain. There were also well over 1,000 kingdoms and empires in the Starlight Realm, and every country had different legacies. Normally, it was impossible for a player to get acquainted with the various peerless geniuses and paragons scattered across the Starlight Realm. However, the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competitions made this a possibility. If she could get acquainted with some of the participating geniuses and paragons, these people might extend an invitation to her when they come across a fortuitous opportunity in the future. If she could get the help of these geniuses and paragons, she would have a much smoother time developing than if she were to do everything by herself. Only Wu Xiaoxiao had never thought she could get into the rookie competition's top 20. With how many paragons were participating in the rookie competition this time, She would have been satisfied so long as she could see Shifeng enter the top 10. She never thought that she, too, would qualify for the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competition. We've collected all the loot, Brother Black Flame. Should we retreat now? Midsummer quietly asked Shifeng as she swept her gaze across the motionless experts on the battlefield. After Shifeng had slain nearly 30 experts, the remaining experts, including Glorious Mantra and his silver combat puppet, no longer showed any intentions of attacking their party. These experts only stood still and looked at their party of 3. The scene was incredibly strange. "No need to retreat," Shifeng said as he scanned his surroundings with a faint smile. "They won't dare to attack us anymore. But, Xiao Xiao, you'll have to log off to rest until the end of the rookie competition." Currently, he not only possessed the strength to hold back the silver combat puppet, but he also had the ability to instantly kill nearly 30 experts. Everyone present was looking to join the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competition, so naturally nobody was willing to stick out their own neck. As to why he told Wu Xiaoxiao to go offline, it was because he and Midsummer would be teleported to the ancient river's heart a minute later. Because Wu Xiaoxiao was currently in 11th place in the rookie competition, unless she died or went offline, she would be in danger until the end of the competition. So, the safest option for her to retain her ranking and the items she just looted would be to go offline. The normal logout procedure had a 30-second waiting time. Moreover, once a player entered a combat state, they would no longer be able to log out normally. Originally, the surrounding experts would never have allowed Wu Xiaoxiao to log out normally. Now, though, that was no longer a concern. Understood. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw that none of the surrounding experts intended to make a move, she swiftly chose to log out of the game. Shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao logged out normally, Shifeng and Midsummer were teleported to the ancient river's heart. When the several parties approaching the battlefield from a distance saw Glorious Mantra and the other experts doing nothing to stop Wu Xiaoxiao from logging off, they couldn't help but grow confused. Have they lost their minds? Why did they let such a good opportunity get away? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342 Opponent. Chapter 342 Opponent. Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. Not bad. Not bad. Markless Blade sighed in relief when he saw the scene shown in the combat hall's holographic broadcast. My reputation would be ruined if Black Flame couldn't even get into the top 10. You'd be dead if you let Big Sis Blood Arrow hear this, Markless. The guild has already issued an ultimatum to show Black Flame the might of Heavenly Boa so that we can convince Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa. The handsome young man watching the broadcast next to Markless Blade said. Now that Black Flame has squeezed into the top 10, his fame is bound to rise even further. It'd be terrible for us if a conglomerate ends up extending an invitation to him. Don't worry, Black Flame won't get away, Markless Blade said with a confident smile. I know what Big Sis Blood Arrow is capable of. It might be a different story if Black Flame failed to get into the top 10. But now that he's gotten in, he'd have to fight against Big Sis Blood Arrow. At that time, he'll come to learn the limit of his abilities. It'll also become easier for me to persuade Gentle Snow. Well, I agree with you on Big Sis Blood Arrow's strength. I can't say the same for the matter with Gentle Snow. According to our investigations, Gentle Snow seems to share close ties with Black Flame, the handsome youth worriedly said. I don't think teaching Black Flame a lesson will be enough to convince Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa. It might even work against us. Neither the handsome young man nor Markless Blade was concerned that Empress Blood Arrow Laroja would have trouble teaching Black Flame a lesson. Black Flame's achievement of holding his ground against a silver combat puppet and instantly killing nearly 30 experts might be incredible. But Laroja could easily replicate these feats and improve on them with the help of her divine Twilight set. The problem was what would happen after Laroja defeated Black Flame. While they hoped this outcome would make it easier to persuade Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa, there was also a high likelihood of it working against them. "You don't have to worry about that," Markless Blade said, chuckling. "Big Sis Blood Arrow won't make Black Flame lose too badly. Not to mention, Zero Wings Shurfong has already offended Qin Shi Tian. Once the City Legion selection ends and the trial battles for official participants begin, Qin Shilin will definitely help Qin Shi Tian take revenge on Shurfong. Even if Shurfong has received the commander's attention, do you think a vice commander like Qin Shilin can't take care of a newcomer? With Qin Shilin's decisive personality, he might even make it impossible for Shurfong to join any ace battle group. When that happens, so long as you and I offer to help him, our actions will definitely leave a good impression in Gentle Snow." "That's a good idea," the handsome youth said, nodding. Shurfong had humiliated the Dawnlight Corporation in Star Lake City, so there was no way Qin Shilin would let him off the hook, even if he shared some ties with Gentle Snow. After all, an undeveloped genius was nothing more than just a genius. Even if Gentle Snow was monstrously talented, it would take her a long time before she could grow into an actual powerhouse. Moreover, while Gentle Snow had a very high chance of becoming a big shot who could go beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters in the future, it wasn't a guaranteed matter. Hence, Qin Shilin had no reason to fear Gentle Snow at all. Qin Shilin also didn't need to worry about offending Gentle Snow and being unable to recruit her into the Dawnlight Corporation. Qin Shilin should know that ordinary corporations couldn't afford to recruit a monster-level genius like Gentle Snow. Only pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic powers, like Heavenly Boa and stronger powers, could offer sufficiently tempting resources and status to Gentle Snow. So, even if Qin Shilin offended Gentle Snow due to his actions against Shurfong, it wouldn't bring any losses to the Dawnlight Corporation. Not to mention, Qin Shilin was a late bloomer. He might not have performed as well as Gentle Snow when he first joined the Star Lake Legion, but he had shown rapid growth after joining the City Legion and had already become a 2-star mental strength grandmaster. So long as he became a 3-star mental strength grandmaster, with his young age, the status he enjoyed among the various powers could even rival Gentle Snow's status. This gave him even less reason to fear offending Gentle Snow. Most importantly, Star Lake City was the Dawnlight Corporation's roots. If the corporation dared not take action against Shurfong, simply because it feared Gentle Snow, the corporation's future in Star Lake City would be bleak. All of these factors combined made it so that Qin Shilin had to teach Shurfong a lesson. Moreover, there would be nothing Gentle Snow could do about it. But it truly is a pity. Even though the top 10 this time are all paragons, the battle inside the ancient river's heart can't be broadcast, Markless Blade said, sighing when he saw the image in the holographic broadcast disappearing. "It is indeed a pity," the handsome youth agreed. "Rarely would paragons clash with one another. Not to mention, apart from Blood Empress Laroja, the rookie competition this time also saw the participation of the undefeated battle Maniac Cross. With these two individuals in the top 10, the finals in the ancient river's heart could be considered the battle of the century. Yet, they couldn't see this battle of the century. It didn't matter even if they were willing to pay a large sum of star coins. The top 10 participants in the ancient river's heart were the only people who could spectate the finals. As for people in the outside world, they would only get to see the final rankings announced in the ancient river's secret land. Arg, goddamn it. It's the middle of the day, yet we can do nothing but wait until Big Sis Blood Arrow is done with the competition and share with us her battle video, Markless Blade said, feeling even more frustrated than the handsome youth as he looked at the midday sun outside the window. Empress Blood Arrow Laroja and undefeated Battle Maniac Cross were both regarded as invincible individuals at Tier 4. They were also mostly done with their preparations at Tier 4 and would soon take on the challenge of creating their own Tier 5 epic mana body. Hence, This was most likely the first and last time the two fought each other at Tier 4. If Markless Blade couldn't see the two clashing this time, it was highly unlikely he could get another opportunity to do so. Ancient River Secret Land, Ancient River's Heart. Two beams of light descended outside a majestic temple situated in the middle of the ancient river's heart. Immediately, the 8 figures waiting outside the temple turned to look at the 2 new arrivals. The competition can finally begin. After seeing the arrival of the last 2 participants, a simple-looking man with a lean but powerful body reached for the 2 sharp axes he carried on his back. Then he turned to look at a female ranger with long pink hair, his eyes burning with the desire to fight. The female ranger also glanced at the simple-looking man clad in dark blue armor, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Immediately afterward, an aura rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters erupted from her body. As for the other people present, they quietly stepped out of the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger's line of sight. Compared to these 2 people, most of the other people present had an obviously weaker presence. The only person here who could hold a candle to these 2 individuals was a savage-looking young man sitting in the corner. However, this young man only glanced at Sherfong briefly before closing his eyes to rest again. Meanwhile, when Midsummer felt the auras of the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger, her complexion paled significantly. So, they are the 2 Tier 4 invincibles of the past? Midsummer was greatly shocked by the presence of the berserker and ranger. How am I supposed to fight against these people? Truth be told, Midsummer was rather proud of her current strength. After all, she was more or less a 4th-floor expert in the Greater Gods domain. Combined with her 120% epic mana body and 4 gods secret art, she was confident she could hold her ground against even desolate fury. However, when she looked at the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger, feelings of fear and powerlessness overwhelmed her mind and body. She couldn't even begin to fathom the 2's current strength and concentration standards. It's natural that you can't beat them in your current state, Sherfong said in response to Midsummer's rhetorical question. Both of them are most likely equipped with items close to rivaling legendary equipment. Both of them have also developed their concentration to the Tier 5 standard already. Items close to rivaling legendary equipment? Tier 5 concentration? Midsummer gaped in shock. With such equipment and concentration standards, Cross and LaRoja could already be put on the same level as veteran Tier 5 powerhouses. While Midsummer was in shock, the sound of a system notification entered everyone's ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3269. Chapter 343. Terror Descends. Chapter 3269. Chapter 343. Terror Descends. Chapter 343. Terror Descends. Regional System Announcement. 10 players have gathered in the ancient river's heart. All 10 players are required to enter the temple's 10 side doors. Once all players enter a door, the ancient river trial will officially begin. Regional System Announcement. The temple has a total of 2 floors. Players will pass the trial once they conquer both floors. Players who die in the temple will be automatically teleported out of the ancient river's heart. If no player can pass the trial, the last remaining player will be the rookie competition's champion. Regional System Announcement. There is no time limit set for the trial this time. The regional announcements echoed in everyone's minds 3 times, the announcement's content surprising and confusing many of the people present. What's going on? Weren't the finals supposed to be a series of duels? Why did it suddenly change into a trial? 2 floors? Hasn't this temple always had 1 floor only? Did we trigger some kind of hidden event or quest? The players present were both surprised and excited by this unexpected turn of events. even Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac were not an exception. The ancient river secret land was incredibly mysterious, and it had existed long before even the ancient river kingdom did. According to rumors, a peerless treasure was hidden inside the ancient river secret land. Only, even after so many years had passed, nobody had actually found this supposedly peerless treasure. The greatest finding made was only the ancient steel scattered across the secret land's central zone. The only benefits players stood to gain from entering the ancient river's heart were the opportunity to fight against other experts, the incredibly dense mana in the temple, and the drawings on the temple walls. The temple's wall drawings were incredibly magical. If players observed these wall drawings for a long time, not only could they improve their concentration standards, but they could also receive help in improving the completion rate of their mana bodies. Although the wall drawings' effects were negligible to high-tiered players, their effects were precious to Tier 4 players. Because of this, the various powers assumed that the wall drawings were the ancient river secret land's so-called peerless treasure. Now that the temple's rules had suddenly changed, this could be considered a good thing in a certain sense. Past the temple's second floor, Sherfone, on the other hand, got a mild headache when he saw the system notifications. He was 99% certain that the sudden change of the secret land's rules had something to do with the 7 Luminaries Codex in his possession. This was because the moment he got teleported to the ancient river's heart, he immediately sensed the dense aura of one of the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments. He could even pinpoint the fragment's location to the inside of the temple. However, the problem now was that the system had clearly stated that the newly introduced Ancient River trial would only begin after all 10 players here had entered the temple. In other words, the trial wasn't targeted at him alone. If someone managed to clear the temple's second floor before him, the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragment would go to them. If he didn't want that to happen, he would have to compete and beat everyone else. What a lucky kid. It seems I can only take care of him afterward, LaRoja thought as she glanced at Sherfone. Then, she made her way into one of the temple's side doors. After LaRoja disappeared into the temple, Cross suddenly walked up to Sherfone and patted him on the shoulders before heartily saying, "Little brother Black Flame, while I find it unfortunate that I cannot exchange moves with you this time, I will be waiting for you at the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition." After saying so, the undefeated Battle Maniac walked into a side door with a big smile. Seeing this, the other people outside the temple also quickly entered the temple one after another. In no time, the only ones left outside were Sherfone, Midsummer, and a savage-looking young man. When Midsummer saw this savage-looking young man, a flash of fear appeared in her eyes. Players from other countries might not be familiar with a savage-looking young man, but there was nobody living in the ancient river kingdom who did not know about him. Saint 3, a once-in-a-century paragon from the Twin Saints Alliance. He was in existence even the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers had to show respect to. Black Flame, you've lucked out this time. Originally, even if Empress Blood Arrow did not make a move, I would have let you know who the true first paragon of Ancient River is. But now it seems that I can only wait until Galaxy's invitational competition, Saint 3 said in an arrogant tone to Sherfone. Use this extra time to find a way to improve. I don't wish to see you getting disqualified in the group stage's first round. Otherwise, the entire Starlight Realm will think the Ancient River Kingdom has no talent. After saying so, Saint 3 also entered one of the side doors, disappearing out of Sherfang's and Midsummer's sight. When Midsummer saw Saint 3 was gone, she clicked her tongue and said, "Isn't this guy a little too arrogant? I doubt he even knows about your achievements, Brother Black Flame. If he learned about your achievements, he'd definitely be frightened." Sherfang's achievement of holding back a silver combat puppet and instantly killing nearly 30 experts was something Saint 3 couldn't even hope to replicate. Out of the players who had gotten into the ancient river's heart, the only ones who could possibly surpass Sherfone were Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac. No, he indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant, Sherfong said, shaking his head in response to Midsummer's comment. Then, with a serious look, he continued, If my guess is correct, the stone spear he carried on his back is most likely a legendary weapon. What? A legendary weapon? How is this possible? Midsummer was shocked by this revelation. Legendary weapons and equipment were regarded as guild treasures by the various hegemonic powers. Many Tier 6 experts couldn't even get their hands on a piece of legendary equipment, let alone a legendary weapon. The average hegemonic power would have no more than a handful of people wielding legendary weapons. So, to say that Saint 3 had a legendary weapon was simply absurd. That stone spear might be his personal fortuitous opportunity, Sherfong said. Then, after taking a look at the time, he continued, Time is almost up, so we should get going as well. There was a 5-minute time limit for them to enter the temple. Anyone who failed to do so would be automatically seen as forfeiting their right to compete, and this definitely wasn't something he wished to do. Midsummer nodded in response and quickly entered one of the 2 remaining side doors. Temple's first-floor hall. After entering through the temple's side doors, everyone seemed to have entered a different space. Although they were in the same temple, they did not appear in the same. Before the 10 challengers could inspect the stadium-sized hall they entered, 9 familiar figures appeared at the center of their respective halls. These figures belonged to the 9 other people who had entered the ancient river's heart this time. The 9 doppelgangers were a perfect copy of their original. On top of having the same items, the doppelgangers even moved the same way as their originals. The only way everyone could tell that they were going up against fakes rather than the real deal was the diamond-shaped icons hovering above the doppelgangers' heads, an indicator that they were NPCs. I had wanted to teach that Black Flame a lesson, but I guess I can use his doppelganger to test the waters first. After taking a look at an inconspicuous man standing among the 9 doppelgangers, LaRoja immediately drew her bow and sent over 20 arrows flying at the other party. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3270, Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence. Chapter 3270, Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence. Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence, along with the appearance of the 9 figures. A system notification quickly followed. System: break the barrier ceiling off the pathway to the 2nd floor and enter the temple's 2nd floor while surviving against the 9 doppelgangers. There is no time limit for the trial. You will be automatically teleported out of the ancient river's heart on death. The system notification repeated 3 times for all 10 players in the ancient river's heart. Upon seeing the notification, all 10 participants showed varying reactions. Some carefully observed the 9 doppelgangers before them, while some attacked the doppelgangers into action without hesitation. A minute later, in a certain temple plaza in the ancient river's secret land, currently a holographic screen was displayed above the plaza, and the screen showed a list of names that everyone was familiar with. However, whether it was the players who remained in the secret land or the people spectating the rookie competition through a live broadcast, they all wore confused expressions on their faces as they looked at the list. What's going on? It hasn't been more than 3 minutes since they entered the ancient river's heart, so why are there 6 people disqualified already? If I remember correctly, the rookie competition's finals were supposed to be a point-based tournament, and every participant had to fight 9 matches before the rankings were decided. So, why are the results out already? When the participants competing for the rookie competition's top 20 positions saw the ranking list suddenly appearing, they couldn't help but grow confused. It was especially so when they saw the paragons who had gotten into the finals get teleported into the plaza with frustrated looks on their faces. The rookie competition's finals this time wasn't just a rare event for ordinary players. It was also a highly anticipated competition for the new generation of geniuses. Many geniuses believed that the finals would be a battle between dragons and tigers, so they were all prepared to spend big money to buy battle videos from participants who had gotten into the finals. Yet, now, before the rookie competition's top 20 participants have been decided, 6 people have already been disqualified from the finals. This situation was completely outside of everyone's expectations. What happened over there, Grave? Why did you get disqualified so quickly? Desolate Fury asked, his face colored in surprise and confusion as he looked at a white-robed male oracle who had just been teleported into the plaza. The oracle's name was Slumbering Grave, and he was one of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons. If compared purely in terms of combat standards, he was superior to even Saint 3. He was also an independent player. Although he wasn't as popular as Saint 3, he was very well received by the ancient river kingdom's independent players. During the earlier years of his career in God's domain, Desolate Fury had been part of the same adventure team as Slumbering Grave. Even after he had joined the Purple Melody Alliance, he would often hire Slumbering Grave to help him with special dungeons or quests. So, Desolate Fury had a good understanding of Slumbering Grave's strength. In fact, in Desolate Fury's opinion, Slumbering Grave even had a chance of competing for the top 3 positions. Yet now, Slumbering Grave was among the first 6 players to get disqualified. Moreover, the Oracle was disqualified from the finals in under a minute. The difficulty of the competition this time is simply absurd, Slumbering Grave answered Desolate Fury with a bitter smile. Not only did I have to fight against the doppelgangers of the 9 other participants simultaneously, but those doppelgangers were also perfect copies of their originals. They even have the same combat standards as their originals. There's no way to win against them with those few monsters mixed in. Even gods will probably fall to their joint attack, fighting against the 9 other participants simultaneously. Lightning Chaser was surprised and shocked when he overheard Slumbering Grave's response to Desolate Fury. Then he continued with a shudder. Doesn't that mean you had to go up against Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac together? Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja and the undefeated Battle Maniac Cross were apex individuals of their era. Even if one searched the myriad forest empire and the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms, one wouldn't find more than 10 people who could match them in a one-on-one duel. Lightning Chaser couldn't even begin to imagine how anyone was supposed to win against the combination of LaRoja and Cross. Lightning Chaser wasn't the only one shocked by this revelation. Desolate Fury also got goosebumps when he imagined himself facing Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac simultaneously. While there existed people stronger than those 2 individuals in the myriad forest empire and its surrounding kingdoms, as far as Desolate Fury knew, not one of these people could win against the 2 should they work together. In fact, it was unlikely that anybody had ever considered the possibility of those 2 people fighting as a group. No, those 2 aren't the problem, Slumbering Grave said, feeling a little exasperated when he saw the responses of Desolate Fury and Lightning Chaser. The real problem is Black Flame. LaRoja and Cross might be incredibly precise in their attacks and timings, but I can still fend off their attacks. But against Black Flame's attacks, I cannot block them at all. My only option is to evade. Yet, as it just so happens, Black Flame can cast a perfect world creation. Under its suppression, I can't even dodge Black Flame's attacks. Black Flame is even more difficult to deal with than Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac. Lightning Chaser gaped in shock. Although he found it astonishing that Black Flame had instantly killed nearly 30 experts in one move previously, such an achievement wasn't anything special when compared to LaRoja's and Cross's past achievements. Yet now, Slumbering Grave, one of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons, was saying that the combination of those 2 people was easier to deal with than Black Flame. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but feel as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. Ancient River's heart, 1st floor hall. Damn it! How is his strength above mine? Saint 3 cursed under his breath as he held his spear defensively against the inconspicuous swordsman standing in front of the barrier, a look of confusion on his face. Ever since he acquired the legendary equipment Dark Realm Gauntlets, he thought he would be unrivaled in the strength attribute among Tier 4 players. The Dark Realm Gauntlets provided him with an incredible boost in strength. Moreover, this boost would further improve as his stamina, concentration, and HP decreased. Currently, he had already lost over 2/3 of his HP. He had also depleted a significant portion of his stamina and concentration through the use of various advanced silver combat techniques. When all three of these parameters were at 100%, he could block LaRoge's and Cross's attacks with relative ease. Now that his strength was boosted even further, he could already send LaRoge and Cross flying. Yet, when he went up against Sherfong in this boosted state, he remained thoroughly suppressed. This was simply unbelievable. However, before Saint 3 could catch his breath, Sherfong raised the eternal ashes he wielded before abruptly swinging it down. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, Saint 3 felt the space around him becoming a prison that trapped his body. Even with a piece of legendary equipment equipped, his movement speed still fell significantly, and he could barely hold his spear up to defend against Sherfeng's attack. He couldn't execute any proper defensive or evasive maneuvers at all. After blocking Sherfeng's attack, Saint 3 couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw his empty HP bar. Despite being a Tier 4 berserker with a piece of legendary equipment, he had lost over 1/4 of his maximum HP after blocking Sherfeng's attack with his weapon. Moreover, that was only because that was all the HP he had left. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3271, Chapter 345 first. Chapter 3271, Chapter 345 first. Chapter 345 first. A streak of light descended on the plaza where the top 100 participants were gathered. When the light faded and revealed a savage figure, the other players promptly turned to look at this figure, looks of surprise appearing on everyone's faces. The new arrival in the plaza was none other than Saint 3, a person known by all in the ancient River Kingdom. He was also one of the favorites to get into the rookie competition's top 3. Yet, even an expert of Saint 3's caliber had lasted no more than 4 minutes in the ancient river's heart. I lost. I couldn't even beat a doppelganger of Black Flame. Saint 3's heart remained unsettled even after he got teleported out of the ancient river's heart, his mind constantly recalling the doppelganger he had fought in the temple. In Saint 3's opinion, the player known as Black Flame was nothing more than a stepping stone for him to attract the Paimon conglomerate's attention. Yet now, not only did he lose to Black Flame's doppelganger, but he had even lost while having a piece of legendary equipment in his possession. If the outside world were to learn about this, he would absolutely become a joke. Isn't the rookie competition's difficulty this time a little too much? Even Saint 3 got disqualified so quickly. It's not surprising. After all, he has to go up against Empress Blood Arrows and the undefeated Battle Maniac's doppelgangers. It's already amazing that he managed to last so long. Most paragons wouldn't even last more than 3 minutes against those two people. Sure enough, it seems first place will either go to Empress Blood Arrow or the undefeated Battle Maniac this time. When you're just trying to make great content at tineural.com/37k7u89t, everyone in the plaza started a hushed discussion when they saw Saint 3 getting disqualified. Everyone was of the opinion that the rookie competition's champion this time would either be Empress Blood Arrow or the undefeated Battle Maniac. According to the Ancient River's Heart's rules, every finalist was required to go up against the doppelgangers of all other finalists. This meant that LaRoge and Cross wouldn't have to go up against themselves, and they'd only have to go up against one expert of their caliber instead of 2 like everyone else. So, the difficulty of LaRoge's and Cross's trial would be significantly lower than everyone else's. Meanwhile, when Midsummer, who got disqualified long ago, revealed an ecstatic look as she looked at the ranking list above the plaza. This is great. With this, nobody can question Brother Black Flame's position as the kingdom's first paragon any longer. Saint 3 was considered one of the ancient river kingdom's top 3 paragons. Before Shi Feng and Saint 3 fought, nobody could tell who among them was stronger. Previously, even though Shi Feng was declared the ancient river kingdom's first paragon, many players and powers in the kingdom refused to acknowledge him. However, now that Saint 3 had gotten disqualified before Shi Feng, those players and powers would have no choice but to acknowledge him as the kingdom's first paragon. It wouldn't matter even if Shi Feng ended up losing to Laroja and Cross. Neither of them belonged to the ancient river kingdom, so they couldn't be considered the kingdom's first paragon. Now, so long as the Twin Saints Alliance or the kingdom's Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts didn't go crazy, nobody would dare to offend Shi Feng. This also meant that their party of 3 would no longer face any significant problems surviving and developing in the ancient river kingdom. While the players in the plaza were arguing over who would become the rookie competition's champion, a man arrived on the ancient river's heart's second floor. Sure enough, I'm the first to get here. When Shi Feng saw the ranking list displayed in the second floor hall, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Although the competition had yet to end, the ancient river trial had created a ranking list based on the order in which finalists entered the second floor. So, those who arrived on the second floor could know how many people had entered the second floor. Meanwhile, according to the list, he was the first person to have entered the second floor. Honestly, Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, he felt it was only a matter of course. After he got teleported to the ancient river's heart, the eternal ashes he wielded did not disappear. So, it went without saying that his doppelgangers would also wield the eternal ashes. Although the eternal ashes only had the basic attributes and passive attack effect of a legendary weapon, it was still a legendary weapon. The basic attributes it provided were more than enough to let him surpass the other finalists. Laroja and Cross quickly figured this out when they fought against Shi Feng's doppelganger. Meanwhile, the reason Shi Feng could break through the first floor so quickly was that he had done so using brute force. Under normal circumstances, if Shi Feng were to try and compete against Laroja and Cross simultaneously, the fight would get dragged out, and he'd eventually lose after running out of stamina and concentration. Fortunately, he had the eternal ashes. Combined with holy annihilation, he had easily sent the doppelgangers of Laroja, Cross, and the others flying and destroyed the barrier. As for the other finalists, though, their situation was the exact opposite of his. It'd be an absolute nightmare for them to fight against his doppelganger while trying to break the barrier. Meanwhile, after arriving on the second floor, Shi Feng got to experience the deep hostility the ancient river trial had toward players once again. The number of doppelgangers players had to face on the second floor was double that of the first floor. Not only that, but players were also required to break a 3-fold barrier while doing so. Thank goodness my doppelganger isn't among them. Otherwise, there'd be no way to win. After taking a look at the 18 doppelgangers that had materialized before him, Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief. With the eternal ashes in his hand, he could unleash power at the Tier 6 basic standard if he executed holy annihilation. If he had to go up against his own doppelganger, the trial's difficulty would instantly jump from easy to hell. However, so long as his doppelganger wasn't among the doppelgangers he had to face, even if he had to face twice as many doppelgangers, the increase in difficulty was manageable. Even so, Shi Feng dared not get careless when going up against the 18 doppelgangers. Godslayer. Shi Feng activated Godslayer without hesitation, instantly increasing his mana and concentration standards by a large margin. Then he raised the eternal ashes and swung it at the doppelgangers. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Laroja was a ranger proficient at ranged attacks, while Cross was a berserker proficient at melee attacks. The two synergized with each other perfectly. If Shifeng focused on only one of them, the other would use the opportunity to land deadly attacks on him. Now that the number of doppelgangers had doubled, one mistake was more than enough for the doppelgangers to kill him. So, if Shifeng wished to achieve victory, the only way he could do so would be to end the fight as quickly as possible. Before the 18 doppelgangers got into formation, he needed to swiftly break the barrier. Otherwise, without any healers on his side, he'd be worn down and killed if he chose to clash with the doppelgangers as he did on the first floor. However, as soon as Shifeng launched his attack against the barrier, the 18 doppelgangers had also gone into action. Firstly, the two undefeated battle maniacs joined hands to use a Tier 4 combination skill to deflect Shifeng's holy annihilation. Although the two berserkers were sent flying, their actions prevented the barrier from receiving any damage. Immediately afterward, the two Empress Blood arrows launched 2 accurate barrages of arrows at Shifeng. The 2 rangers had launched so many arrows that they had saturated the space in the hall. If Shifeng did not defend against the arrows, he would get hit with 100% certainty. Yet, if he defended against these arrows, it would mean that he couldn't do any damage to the barrier. Subsequently, after making a minor adjustment to his movements, Shifeng executed another holy annihilation against the barrier. The first holy annihilation had already sent the 2 undefeated battle maniacs flying. So, the 2 berserkers could no longer stop the second holy annihilation. As for the arrows in the air, since defending against them would only lead to his failure, Shifeng chose to receive them with his body. Of course, he also made sure to receive the least number of attacks possible. Boom! At the same time as cracks formed on the barrier, 2 arrows struck Shifeng, reducing his HP by 20%. However, the loss of HP did not stop Shifeng's actions. Relying on his buffed concentration, Shifeng promptly executed a chain of holy annihilations. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. When the 5th volley of arrows was about to hit Shifeng and claim the last of his HP, the 5th holy annihilation landed on the threefold barrier and shattered it. Immediately afterward, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations! You have become the first player to clear the Ancient River trial. At the same time, the ranking list above the plaza where the top 100 players were gathered received an update. This time, all 3 of the top 3 positions were updated simultaneously. However, when everyone saw the champion's name, they couldn't help but be stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3272, Chapter 346, Chapter of Time, Chapter 3272, Chapter 346, Chapter of Time, Chapter 346, Chapter of Time, Ancient River's Heart, First Floor Hall. Why did they disappear? LaRoja was surprised when the 9 doppelgangers before her suddenly disappeared. Then, when she saw the system notification she had just received, she was taken aback even further. Did someone clear the trial already? LaRoja grew unsettled as she looked at the system notification. Black Flame. However, after giving the matter some thought, LaRoja didn't find it all too surprising that Black Flame was the first to clear the Ancient River's trial. The difficulty of having to go up against the doppelgangers of the 9 other participants while simultaneously trying to break the barrier blocking off the pathway to the 2nd floor was absurdly high. Even now, she had only managed to exhaust 1/3 of the barrier's energy. Moreover, this was after she had used multiple Grandmaster regeneration potions to trade damage for damage. If not for the Grandmaster regeneration potions letting her instantly heal herself back to full HP, she would have long since gotten killed. However, it was a different story for Black Flame. Black Flame's basic attributes were so overwhelming that none of the other 9 participants could hope to match him. Even with her Divine Twilight set, LaRoja was not a match for him. Not to mention, Black Flame was also capable of using that nigh unstoppable holy annihilation of his. Contrasting Laroja's reaction to the trial's abrupt end, Cross laughed when he saw the system notification. Laroja must be losing her mind right about now. Cross chuckled as he looked at the system notification before him. At the same time, though, a wry smile appeared on his face. Shortly after the trial began, Cross quickly understood that out of the 9 other participants, Black Flame would be the most troublesome opponent to deal with, even more troublesome than Laroja, who could attack from range. However, he still couldn't help but feel a little vexed to see Black Flame securing first place. After all, his original plan to compete with Laroja for first place had become a complete joke now. While Laroja and Cross were quietly looking at the system notification, an uproar had erupted in the plaza where the top 100 participants had gathered. First, Black Flame actually came in first. Black Flame is the rookie competition's champion. What's going on? Everyone in the plaza was dumbfounded when they saw Empress Blood Arrow Laroja and the undefeated battle maniac Cross coming in second and third place, respectively, while Black Flame occupied first place. Black Flame should have been nothing more than a nobody whose best achievement was coming in 7th of a miniature world's god list. Nobody thought he would become the biggest dark horse in this rookie competition. After this competition, Black Flame's name would most likely become known throughout the ancient River Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms. The various hegemonic powers might even come to fear and respect him. Brother Black Flame came in first. Midsummer was similarly rendered speechless as she looked at the ranking list above the plaza. Shi Feng could have already been considered a powerhouse in the ancient River Kingdom after his previous achievement of winning against Saint 3 and becoming the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon. Those achievements were also enough to make the kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers fear him. Now, Shi Feng had taken things a step further by beating Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated battle maniac and becoming the rookie competition's champion. Although Shi Feng didn't defeat those two in a direct confrontation, this victory was more than enough to put him among the top of all Tier 4 experts in the Myriad Forest Empire and the dozen or so surrounding kingdoms. Even the city legions of second-tier cities would most likely try to recruit him. After all, Laroja and Cross had never lost to anyone they challenged or competed against. Now that Shi Feng had won against those two people, no Tier 4 player would dare to stand in his way in the ancient River Kingdom. Even if he moved to develop in the Myriad Forest Empire, he wouldn't encounter any problems. While Midsummer was getting excited over the fact that their party of 3 could head to the Myriad Forest Empire to develop in the future, Shi Feng, who sat lying on the floor of the ancient river's heart's second floor in exhaustion, suddenly revealed an excited expression. After conquering the ancient river's trial, the divine drawings on the walls and stone pillars around him suddenly exuded a bright glow. Then, 30 seconds later, a semi-translucent piece of paper appeared in the center of the hall. The instant this piece of paper appeared, Shi Feng could feel a divine might enveloping him. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary divine might, since his senses told him it was stronger than even the divine might of Tier 6 gods. Theft is never good. Try looking at Tinyurl. com/37K7U89T. Although this divine might only appeared briefly before disappearing, Shi Feng understood that the piece of paper was definitely something extraordinary. Moreover, the 7 luminaries' codex in his bag had also grown incredibly restless, as if it could jump out of his bag space at any moment. The 7 luminaries' codex's fragment. Apart from a fragment of a godly relic that had existed since the birth of God's domain, Shi Feng could think of no other item that could exude such an extraordinary divine might and get such a reaction from the 7 luminaries' codex. So this is the fragment's power? When Shi Feng got within 10 yards of the piece of paper, he felt like he had just entered an invisible barrier. The closer he got to the paper, the stronger the suppression acting on his concentration became and the heavier his body felt. By the time Shi Feng got within 1 yard of the paper, his thoughts had become incredibly sluggish, and his body felt like it was filled with lead. At this moment, he couldn't even beat a great lord of the same level, let alone a mythic monster. System: do you wish to collect the chapter of time? System: once you collect the chapter of time, you will be cursed by the god of time. The curse will reduce your experience gain by 90% and triple the gravity you experience. The chapter of time will also have a 100% drop rate on death. The god of time's curse? Shifeng was shocked when he saw the system notification. Isn't this penalty a little too brutal? The god of time was one of God's domain's 12 great gods. While not an ancient god, the god of time was an existence superior to ancient gods. So, being cursed by such a god was no laughing matter. Moreover, this curse was permanent. Shifeng couldn't get rid of it even if he got promoted to Tier 6. He could never get rid of this curse unless he had the strength to go against the god of time. It would follow him forever, even if he deleted his account and started a new one. However, after hesitating for a moment, Shifeng still chose to collect the chapter of time. The 7 Luminaries Codex was a godly relic that had existed since the birth of God's domain. Meanwhile, the chapter of time was one of the Codex's power sources. It even governed over the element of time, one of the 3 supreme elements. If he missed this opportunity to acquire the chapter of time, who knew when he'd be able to find the next chapter? It should be known that he had limited time to repair the 7 Luminaries Codex. Even if he wasn't cursed by the god of time, he'd still lose everything if he failed to complete his quest. Since he would be doomed either way, he might as well take the chapter of time and give the 7 Luminaries Codex more eternal energy. That way, he'd have more time to search for the other chapters. As for the reduction in experience gain, so long as his tier was sufficiently high, acquiring experience points wouldn't be a problem. The only problem was the increase in the gravity he experienced. A 3 times increase in gravity would not only reduce his mobility and reaction speed, but also increase his stamina consumption significantly. Meanwhile, after Shifeng chose to collect the chapter of time, a debuff named God of Time's Curse appeared in his status bar. At the same time, his body grew heavier, and his mobility fell by roughly 30 to 40%. The effect of the gravity increase really is significant. Shifeng revealed a wry smile when he sensed the changes in his body. However, before Shifeng could inspect the chapter of time he had just acquired, the entire ancient river Secret Land suddenly started to tremble. Regional System Announcement: the ancient river Secret Land's power source has been exhausted. The Secret Land will collapse in 5 minutes. All players are recommended to leave the Secret Land as soon as possible. As soon as the system announcement appeared, the players in the ancient river Secret Land immediately went into an uproar. The ancient river Secret Land was in existence older than the ancient river kingdom. It was also an important resource for cultivating the kingdom's newcomers. Yet now the Secret Land was suddenly collapsing. There was absolutely something strange with this situation. This situation also most definitely had something to do with the abrupt change in the finals rules. However, nobody chose to delve deeper into the matter for now. Instead, they promptly took out the Secret Land teleportation scrolls they received when they entered the Secret Land and teleported out of the Secret Land, none daring to spend even a moment longer here. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Players from isolated gods' domains might be unfamiliar with the collapse of secret lands, but this wasn't anything new for players in the greater god's domain. The collapse of a secret land was similar to the collapse of a god's domain. Once a secret land collapsed, it would transform into an empty void. If players in the secret land did not withdraw in time, even their souls would get erased, and they'd have no choice but to start a new account. Shortly after the remaining players in the ancient river Secret Land withdrew, the Secret Land's collapse caused the entire ancient river kingdom to tremble. Cracks had even appeared all over the kingdom's sky, making it seem like Armageddon had arrived for the kingdom. At the same time, independent players and powers all over the ancient river kingdom began frantically looking into the cause of the ancient river Secret Land's collapse. In God's domain, major events often come with huge opportunities. A monumental event, such as the ancient river secret land's collapse, would most certainly come with an unimaginable opportunity. Meanwhile, the 10 players who had entered the ancient river's heart naturally became the key suspects behind the secret land's collapse. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3273. Chapter 347, Legendary Flying Mount. Chapter 3273. Chapter 347, Legendary Flying Mount. Chapter 347, Legendary Flying Mount. TL Notes. FYI, red players equals players who have killed other players or committed minor crimes, in the eyes of NPCs. Black players equals players who have killed many players, according to the main story, or committed severe crimes. Dark players equals players operating in the dark side of God's domain. Ancient River Kingdom, Gazing Moon City, Gazing Moon Hotel. Brother Black Flame, based on my advanced detection magic, more than 10 parties are spying on us, and these parties have over 30 Tier 5 experts in total. These parties are formed by either experts from dark guilds or independent experts. By the looks of things, they seem intent on taking action in the city, Midsummer said while marking the locations of the Tier 5 experts she detected nearby on the map on the table. If they attack us together, I'm afraid not even the city's main street will be safe. Have these people lost their minds? They can't even determine if we are behind the ancient river secret land's collapse. Yet they're planning on attacking us in the city? Are they not worried we'll take revenge on them in the future? Wu Xiaoxiao said as she looked at the map. It hadn't been more than 20 minutes since the ancient river secret land's collapse. Yet, when their party of 3 used to return to the Gazing Moon Hotel, a total of 14 parties and 33 Tier 5 experts had already gathered to hunt them. These Tier 5 experts ranged between level 160 and level 180, many of whom were well-known black players even she knew about. Black players were players who had committed great sins in the greater God's domain, and their names would be colored black. Most black players in the greater God's domain tended to be titled experts. Meanwhile, players killed by these black players would have their death drop doubled or tripled. However, being a black player came with huge risks. So long as a black player got caught by NPCs or captured by players and handed over to NPCs, they'd either have to start a new account or wait for someone to rescue them. Hence, black players normally wouldn't take action inside a city without a good reason. Yet now, there were 3 Tier 5 black players and 30 Tier 5 experts surrounding the Gazing Moon Hotel. Such a lineup was already enough to kill even the executives of hegemonic powers. While the greater God's domain's hegemonic powers might have quite a few Tier 6 experts under their command, these Tier 6 experts typically wouldn't operate within the borders of kingdoms and empires. Instead, they'd be exploring uncharted locations. Moreover, because of the unspoken rules of the various kingdoms and empires, Tier 6 players were prohibited from casually taking action. Because of this, Tier 5 players were regarded as apex combatants in the various kingdoms and empires. You're overly underestimating these people, Xiao Xiao. If we are talking about the ancient river kingdoms, normal powers and players, they naturally won't dare to provoke us. Rather than provoking us, they are eagerly looking for opportunities to curry favor with Brother Black Flame. After all, their roots are in the kingdom. It'd be tough for them to move to other places to develop, Midsummer said. But the people outside the hotel aren't normal players. They're people who have taken the lives of many. It is especially true for those 3 dark players. If they can't survive in the ancient river kingdom, they can simply head over to another kingdom or empire. They can even head to other realms. So, they aren't worried about us taking revenge on them. Also, it's not exactly a mistake for them to target us, Shurfeng said, chuckling as he looked out the window. You can even say that they've made a very good decision. After all, setting aside the secret land's collapse, Our party has collected all of the mutated heroic spirits, loot in full view of everyone. How are you still in the mood to laugh, Brother Black Flame? We can't even step out into the city's main street right now, Midsummer said, feeling a little exasperated over Shifeng's behavior. Their party might have the strength to fight against Tier 5 players right now, but it didn't change the fact that all 3 of them were still at Tier 4. It wouldn't be easy for them to get an edge over red and black players who would often engage in PvP. Not to mention, they were also heavily outnumbered right now. We don't have to worry about those people for now. Our priority should be to sort through our harvest, Shifeng said with a smile. The harvest he gained through the chapter of time far exceeded his imagination, so much so that he even thought that the god of time's curse was insignificant in comparison. After the chapter of time merged with the 7 Luminaries Codex, not only did it let the Codex recover a significant amount of eternal energy, but it also granted it a heaven-defying skill. 7 Luminaries Codex, legendary rank current, one of the godly relics birthed along with God's domain. The 7 Luminaries Codex carries 7 powers of creation. Currently, the Codex has been deprived of all 7 of these powers and only retains a small trace of eternal energy. Only by collecting all 7 powers can the Codex's power be restored. Cannot be destroyed, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. The eternal energy in the Codex will dissipate over time. Currently, there are 744 days remaining until the Codex's energy dissipates completely. Additional active skill 1, Omni Refinement. Refine all elements and substances unconditionally. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2, Elemental Search. Reveal all mineral veins within a 300,000 yard radius. Cooldown 12 hours. Additional active skill 3, Time Crystal. Absorb 1 level from the user to create 1 time crystal. Time crystals can be used to upgrade weapons, equipment, and tools. The higher the target item's quality, the more time crystals will be needed to upgrade it. Cooldown 1 hour. There are currently 11 time crystals stored. A maximum of 30 time crystals can be stored. Time crystals will automatically dissipate if they are left outside their storage space for more than 5 minutes. Additional passive skill 7 Luminaries Guidance. Automatically detects fragments of the 7 Luminaries Codex within a 5 million yard radius. Shifeng had never heard of anything similar to the time crystal skill. Although he had to sacrifice his levels on top of suffering from a 90% experience gain reduction to use this skill, no player could resist the skill's heaven-defying effect. After all, the acquisition of powerful items was significantly more challenging than acquiring EXP. However, Shifeng had no plans of sharing the time crystal skill's secrets with anybody. After all, the 7 Luminaries Codex was a priceless treasure. If news of it got out, even the greater god's domain's apex powers would do everything they could to acquire it, let alone the greater world's conglomerates. Meanwhile, after hearing Shifeng's words, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao excitedly took out the items they looted from the mutated heroic spirit from their bags and began inspecting their harvest. A Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit's loot was equivalent to a Tier 5 legendary world boss's loot in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, legendary world bosses were incredibly rare, even in the greater god's domain. Every one of these world bosses was a target of contention for the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. To ensure their monopoly, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would even station numerous Tier 6 powerhouses to keep watch over the world boss's spawn locations. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit's loot was outside the reach of even ordinary hegemonic powers, let alone fourth-floor experts like them. Around 10 minutes after Shifeng and the others started sorting through their haul, Shifeng held up a dark purple pendant with a dazed expression on his face. A legendary flying mount. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3274. Chapter 348. Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon. Chapter 3274. Chapter 348. Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon. Chapter 348. Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon. Upon hearing Shifeng's surprised exclamation, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao turned away from the loot they were sorting to look at Shifeng simultaneously, the expressions on their faces looking like they had just heard the most unbelievable thing in this world. A legendary flying mount? Are you trying to trick us, Brother Black Flame? Midsummer asked as she dubiously looked at the dark purple pendant in Shifeng's hand. There are less than 100 legendary flying mounts recorded in the entire Starlight Realm. How can a mythic-ranked, mutated, heroic spirit possibly drop such a flying mount? Wu Xiaoxiao also silently nodded in agreement, thinking that Shifeng was joking with them. While flying mounts could be categorized into 4 ranks, namely common, extraordinary, legendary, and mythic, it was widely known that the highest-ranking mounts most players could ever see were extraordinary flying mounts. Indeed, extraordinary flying mounts. The reason for this was because of the ridiculous rarity of legendary flying mounts. They were rarer than even legendary weapons. They were so rare that there did not exist a single legendary flying mount in the entire ancient River Kingdom. Even the guild leaders of the kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers were only using extraordinary flying mounts. Of course, it should be noted that apart from the 4 major ranks, each of the 4 major ranks of flying mounts could be further categorized into 3 minor ranks: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Meanwhile, the guild leaders of the 6 ruling hegemonic powers flying mounts were at the advanced extraordinary rank, and most Tier 6 experts could only dream of owning such a flying mount. Although flying mounts weren't as rare in the greater god's domain as in the average god's domain, they were still luxury items. Even the most inferior common flying mount was out of reach for many Tier 5 players, let alone Tier 4 players. Rarely would one see a Tier 4 player with a flying mount, even if said Tier 4 player was a genius nurtured by a hegemonic power. There were a few reasons for this situation. Firstly, flying mounts were in short supply. Secondly, flying mounts were extremely expensive to cultivate, and players who weren't core executives of a power couldn't afford to cultivate even a common flying mount. Flying mounts differed from land mounts in that their tiers could be raised. Only the chances of successfully upgrading a flying mount's tier would change depending on its rank. If players wished to cultivate flying mounts, the first hurdle they needed to face would be the food they fed to their flying mounts. Common food would not be enough to let a flying mount grow properly. Normally, rare-grade fruits would be needed to properly cultivate a common flying mount. Meanwhile, rare-grade fruits were priced in magic crystals, and it was normal for a flying mount to consume several dozen kilos of fruit every day. As for the cultivation of extraordinary mounts, epic-grade fruits would be needed. The cost of feeding an extraordinary mount alone was enough to bankrupt even Tier 5 experts belonging to a power. Of course, while cultivating extraordinary flying mounts might be expensive, it was also worth the money. This was because extraordinary flying mounts had the potential of getting promoted to the Tier 5 legendary rank. Moreover, they would be much stronger than the average Tier 5 legendary monster, rivaling Tier 5 archaic species of the same level. They could also traverse between realms, allowing players to save on the exorbitant cost of traveling between realms. As for legendary flying mounts, even the most inferior basic legendary flying mount had the possibility of getting promoted to Tier 6. Meanwhile, so long as players could cultivate a legendary flying mount to Tier 6, it'd be equivalent to gaining a Tier 6 powerhouse as a helper. Tier 6 players without legendary weapons would have to either run away or fight as a group if they were to go up against a Tier 6 legendary flying mount. Of course, cultivating a legendary flying mount to Tier 6 was an incredibly challenging task. Even ordinary hegemonic powers couldn't necessarily accomplish such a feat. Don't believe me? Seeing that the 2 girls thought he was joking. Shifeng smiled and shared the dark purple pendant stats with them. If you don't believe me, you can see it yourself. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw the pendant's data, their eyes widened as if they had just seen a ghost. Ancient Oath can be used to summon a legendary rank Frost Flame Phantom Dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon dies, it will need 25 natural days to return to life. How can this be? Is that mutated heroic spirit really just a Tier 4 mutant? After seeing the pendant stats, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel that Shifeng had heaven-defying luck. According to records made in the Starlight Realm, out of all the known legendary flying mounts, over 80% of them were acquired through killing Tier 6 gods, while the rest were acquired as a reward for completing legendary world quests. If it was made known that a Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit had dropped a legendary flying mount, no, even if the mutated heroic spirit only dropped an extraordinary flying mount, the news would probably cause the greater gods' domain's various powers to go on a hunt for mutated heroic spirits. They might even go for ordinary heroic spirits to try their luck. But it's a pity that the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon is only a basic legendary flying mount. Its chances of getting promoted to Tier 6 are less than 5%, Shifeng said, feeling a little disappointed as he looked at the Ancient Oath. The Frost Flame Phantom Dragon might be called a dragon, but it wasn't a real dragon. Instead, it was a dragon-shaped ancient beast. It only had the appearance of a dragon. In terms of life ratings, it was only slightly stronger than the average archaic species. It couldn't even compete against four-winged valkyries, let alone true dragons. As a basic legendary flying mount, the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon started at the Tier 4 peak standard. Although it was much better off than extraordinary flying mounts, which started at Tier 3, it only had a 25% success rate of getting promoted to Tier 5 and a 5% success rate of getting promoted to Tier 6. While there wasn't a limit to how many times he could try to promote the Phantom Dragon, the cost of each promotion attempt was incredibly expensive, even if it was only the Tier 5 promotion. He was someone fated to reach Tier 6 in the future. So, the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon was still a little too weak for him. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw the disappointed look on Shifeng's face, they suddenly had the urge to snatch the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon from him. Although they eventually suppressed their urges, they still couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look at Shifeng to express their thoughts. Wait a minute. After staring at the dark purple pendant in his hand for a moment, Shifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. This thing is considered a tool in God's domain. The time crystals should work on it if it's a tool, right? Although the Ancient Oath's item description didn't clearly state that it was a tool, God's domain was very loose in identifying tools. Apart from food and beverages, most man-made items that weren't weapons or equipment would be recognized as tools. The Ancient Oath might not be labeled as a summoning flute, but it was, without a doubt, a man-made item. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng took out a time crystal from the Seven Luminaries Codex and chose to merge it with the Ancient Oath. The instant the time crystal touched the Ancient Oath, the sound of a system notification immediately entered Shifeng's ears. System: upgrading the Ancient Oath will require 10 time crystals. Current number of time crystals used, 1. Please provide more time crystals if you wish to upgrade the Ancient Oath. It actually works. Shifeng became a lot more spirited when he saw the system notification. 10 time crystals, is it? That's not a lot. I have 11 accumulated right now. Just enough to upgrade it once. Immediately, Shifeng took out 9 more time crystals from the Seven Luminaries Codex and chose to upgrade the Ancient Oath. As soon as he did so, the dark purple pendant suddenly released a scorching red glow that caused the surrounding temperature to skyrocket, giving Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao a scare. System: Ancient Oath successfully upgraded. The next upgrade will cost 50 time crystals. When the system notification appeared, white flames appeared around the dark purple pendant, shrouding it. Now, it looked as if the pendant had a life of its own, and it was completely different from before. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3275, Chapter 349, Astonishing Growth. Chapter 3275, Chapter 349, Astonishing Growth. Chapter 349. Astonishing growth, what an incredible effect. Shi Feng was amazed by the dark purple pendant surrounded by white flames. Typically, items in God's domain would only see a change in their appearance when they had received a significant improvement to their existing parameters. Either that or they had undergone a change in their existing effects. In the dark purple pendant's case, if he ignored the addition of the white flames, there weren't any significant changes to the pendant's external appearance. However, it was a different story for the feeling it gave off. Currently, it felt as if the pendant had transformed from a dead object into an object that was seemingly alive. This was a much more incredible transformation than a simple change of appearance. This change surprised not only Shi Feng, but Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao as well. The two's mouths fell wide open when they sensed the change in the dark purple pendant's presence. Although they didn't know what Shi Feng had done, they knew that whatever he did had allowed the ancient oath to undergo a qualitative improvement. Otherwise, there was no way an item could undergo such a huge change. But how exactly did Shi Feng let a legendary flying mount undergo a qualitative transformation? A mutated frost flame phantom dragon. Shi Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he read the Ancient Oath's updated description. Ancient Oath can be used to summon a legendary rank mutated frost flame phantom dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the mutated frost flame phantom dragon dies, it will need 30 natural days to return to life. Mutation effect grants the Ancient Oath's wielder 10% of the mutated frost flame phantom dragon's basic attributes. In God's domain, mutated monsters were generally 2 ranks stronger than their normal counterparts. Since the frost flame phantom dragon was a basic legendary flying mount, its mutated version would be an advanced legendary flying mount. In terms of life rating, the mutated frost flame phantom dragon was already comparable to 6-winged Valkyries. It also had a 60% chance of getting promoted to Tier 5 and a 15% chance to Tier 6. It was vastly superior to basic legendary flying mounts in this regard. A basic legendary flying mount might have a 5% chance of getting promoted to Tier 6, but according to records made in the Greater God's domain, nobody had ever managed to promote one to Tier 6. Out of all the legendary flying mounts known to have reached Tier 6, even the weakest one was at the intermediate rank. As for advanced legendary flying mounts, they could reach Tier 6 with 100% certainty so long as players were willing to invest the necessary resources. Moreover, even if Shi Feng couldn't afford to promote the mutated frost flame phantom dragon to Tier 6, it would still be of great help to him if it reached Tier 5. This would hold true even if he reached Tier 6 in the future. This was because the Tier 5 mutant was strong enough to hold its ground against even Tier 6 players. In other words, so long as he could promote the mutated frost flame phantom dragon to Tier 5, he'd immediately have a Tier 6 combatant at his command. Although this still wouldn't be enough to keep him completely safe in the ancient river kingdom. He wouldn't be completely helpless if ordinary Tier 6 experts decided to target him. The frost flame phantom dragon mutated. When Midsummer overheard Shi Feng's mutterings, she couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't that mean you have an advanced legendary flying mount now, Brother Black Flame?" An advanced legendary flying mount. This was a flying mount that was destined to advance to Tier 6. In the Greater God's domain, just owning a Tier 6 flying mount was enough to keep a player safe from most hegemonic powers. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers wouldn't dare to offend a player with a Tier 6 flying mount casually. This was because players with Tier 6 flying mounts could establish cross-realm chambers of commerce. Traveling between realms in the greater god's domain was incredibly challenging. However, whether it was players or powers, anyone seeking to improve and grow stronger in the greater god's domain would eventually have to travel to other realms to do quests. This was because every realm had its own unique technology that could be of significant help to players and powers. However, although Tier 5 flying mounts could already travel between realms, traversing between realms on a Tier 5 flying mount was a much more dangerous and time-consuming process than if one were to travel on a Tier 6 flying mount. The carrying capacity of a Tier 5 flying mount was also much smaller than a Tier 6 flying mount. While it was also possible for Tier 6 players to travel between realms without the aid of a flying mount since their bodies were stronger than Tier 5 flying mounts, when it came to traveling between realms, Tier 5 flying mounts were vastly superior to Tier 6 players in terms of efficiency. As for Tier 6 flying mounts, their transportation efficiency was at least 20 times greater than Tier 5 flying mounts. Hence, unless a player was swimming in 7 luminaries crystals, they would inevitably have to seek the help of cross-realm chambers of commerce if they wanted to travel to other realms. Some upper-ranking hegemonic powers even relied on the business of providing cross-realm transportation as their main source of income. However, compared to chambers of commerce that were capable of cross-realm travel, the number of players and powers looking to travel between realms was much, much greater. Supply was nowhere near keeping up with demand. Because of this, any chamber of commerce capable of cross-realm travel would have many hegemonic powers and Tier 6 experts looking to partner with them, let alone a chamber of commerce capable of moving large amounts of cargo. It is indeed an advanced, legendary flying mount. Make sure to keep this secret for me, Shifeng said, nodding. He did not bother hiding the change to the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon. Anyone could tell that the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon was a basic, legendary flying mount, so long as they saw it. However, mutated variants of flying mounts wouldn't look any different from their ordinary counterparts on the surface. They only differed in life rating, skills, and spells. So long as nobody mentioned that the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon in his possession had mutated, nobody would know it was a mutant. While basic legendary flying mounts were tempting to most hegemonic powers, the various hegemonic powers were well aware that a basic legendary flying mount's limit was only Tier 5. So, it still wasn't enough of a temptation for the various hegemonic powers to throw all caution to the wind and target him. However, it was a different story for an advanced, legendary flying mount. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would take action against him if they found out he owned an advanced, legendary flying mount. Don't worry, Brother Black Flame. We won't tell anyone about it, Midsummer said with a smile. Also, we finished sorting through the mutated heroic spirits loot. Out of the 100+ items it dropped, the least valuable items were inferior legendary materials. As for the more valuable ones, we got over 40 legendary materials, 3 Tier 5 magic scrolls, 5 god crystals, and 1 item that's on par with the legendary flying mount. On par with the legendary flying mount. Shifeng was surprised to hear Midsummer's report. Just the fact that the mutated heroic spirit had dropped the ancient oath was already plenty incredible. After all, the unupgraded ancient oath could already rival legendary equipment in value. So he found it truly hard to believe that the mutated heroic spirit could drop another item that was as valuable as a legendary flying mount. Honestly, I think this item's value is greater than even the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon, Wu Xiaoxiao excitedly said as she took out a tattered book and handed it to Shifeng. A summoning array. Shifeng was flabbergasted when he clicked on the tattered book. Primordial Divine Dragon Summoning Grandmaster Magic Array. Gather the power of 108 Divine Dragon Scrolls to form a Tier 5 Primordial Divine Dragon's Phantom for 1 hour. Summoning arrays weren't exactly rare in God's domain. However, most summoning arrays were only at Tier 4, and very few were at Tier 5. Meanwhile, divine dragons were akin to kings among dragons. Their life ratings were also at the top among dragons. Even if the primordial divine dragon summoning could only summon the phantom of a Tier 5 divine dragon, the phantom would still be much stronger than the average legendary monster. If he could mass-produce this summoning array, he could even destroy the ancient river kingdom. Of course, mass production wouldn't be possible. After all, just the 7 luminaries crystals needed to mass-produce the divine dragon scrolls was already beyond the means of ordinary powers. The production of each divine dragon scroll cost 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The primordial divine dragon summoning required 108 divine dragon scrolls, which meant each use of the summoning array would cost 10,800 units of 7 luminaries crystal. In addition to 7 luminaries crystal, the divine dragon scrolls also needed many epic materials to produce. These epic materials generally could not be bought using coins. Instead, people would normally only exchange them for magic crystals and mana stones. After a rough calculation, the production of 108 divine dragon scrolls would cost around 300,000 magic crystals. Not to mention, epic materials weren't available in unlimited quantities. Even if he scoured the entire ancient river kingdom, he'd be fortunate if he could get enough materials for a few dozen sets. Just as Sherfong was about to conduct further research on the primordial divine dragon summoning, he suddenly received a system notification. Regional system announcement: a miniature ancient world's world passage will be opening in 3 days. All kingdoms and empires situated near the Sea of Giants are advised to prepare to resist the incoming beast tide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3276, Chapter 350, World Passages Opening. Chapter 3276, Chapter 350, World Passages Opening. Chapter 350, World Passages Opening. The system announcement echoed across the dozen or so kingdoms and empires situated near the Sea of Giants. The news brought by the announcement sending the players in these countries into a frenzy. Even the ancient river kingdom's players, who were feeling overwhelmed because of the ancient river's secret land's collapse, showed abnormal levels of excitement in response to this announcement. In a dark alleyway of Gazing Moon City's main street, 6 players wearing cloaks and masks to hide their information and appearances were staring intently at the nearby Gazing Moon Hotel. They behaved as if the Gazing Moon Hotel was the only building that existed in this world. They were so focused on the hotel that even the swaying of the hotel's potted plants was within their perception. However, shortly after the system announcement appeared, a stalwart man dressed in a gray robe suddenly appeared before the 6. When these 6 cloaked individuals saw the gray-robed man, a flash of awe and admiration appeared in their eyes. "You're here, Boss Firefly," a snake-like young man with long hair, the leader of the 6, greeted the gray-robed man. Then, with an excited look, he asked, "Since you've shown up, does that mean there is a change in our plans? Are we heading straight to the Sea of Giants?" The name Firefly was known by almost everyone in the ancient river kingdom. Although Firefly was only a Tier 5 sword saint, he was a dark player who even the kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers had a headache dealing with. There was also nobody who could escape from Firefly's hands once he set them as his target. In the past, the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers had tried to eliminate Firefly once and for all. For the sake of accomplishing this goal, each of the 6 ruling hegemonic powers had dispatched 1 legion consisting of 1,000 Tier 5 players, led by 1 Tier 6 player. However, the result of the operation dumbfounded everyone. Not only did Firefly escape the 6 legions' pursuit with his life, but he had even caused the 6 legions to lose 1/10 of their members. Although none of the Tier 6 legion commanders were killed, they were powerless to do anything to prevent Firefly from escaping. Even now, the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers were still hunting for Firefly. Yet, despite this, Firefly was still thriving in the ancient river kingdom, entering and leaving the various NPC cities whenever he wanted. No, the stalwart man named Firefly calmly said. The world passages opening might be tempting, but Black Flame's importance isn't any lower. The ancient river's secret land's disappearance must have something to do with the 10 people who had entered the ancient river's heart, particularly Black Flame. He has managed to win against Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac, so he must have some big secret on him. Now that a world passage connected to him is opening, he is bound to make a move, so do not let your guard down during this period. Understood, the snake-like youth nodded. So long as he dares to leave the main street, we'll make sure to capture him before anyone else. Firefly did not say anything more. Then he disappeared just as abruptly as he appeared. Gazing Moon Hotel, VIP room. How could this be? Wu Xiaoxiao grew incredibly nervous when she saw the system announcement. Once a world's world barrier broke, players in that world would no longer be protected, and players from other worlds could freely enter it. Along with this announcement, their god's domain's struggle over the miniature ancient world with other worlds had officially begun. It was just that she didn't expect the miniature ancient world's world passage would open so much sooner than she expected. It had even opened ahead of their god's domain's world passage. This was undoubtedly a disaster for their god's domain's players in the miniature ancient world. However, when Shifeng saw the anxiety on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, he smiled and said, "This isn't bad news, you know. On the contrary, it is good news for you and Midsummer." Good news. Wu Xiaoxiao grew confused. She couldn't understand how she could benefit from this situation in any way. Once the miniature ancient world became fully open to the greater god's domain, most, if not all, of the miniature ancient world's resources would be snatched up by the greater god's domain's various powers. One could easily imagine how this would impact the development of the miniature ancient world's native powers. Meanwhile, as a genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation, it went without saying she would be negatively affected by this situation as well. Shifeng did not hurry to provide Wu Xiaoxiao with an explanation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Do you know why, even though the miniature ancient world only allows players to enter it if they restart their progress, the various foreign powers still sent their geniuses into the miniature ancient world in droves? Isn't it to train those geniuses?" Wu Xiaoxiao answered almost instinctively. "Training is only one part of the reason," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "The various powers' true aim is the moment the world passage opens. Specifically, they are aiming to compete for the world passage's opening rewards. There are rewards for the world passage's opening." Wu Xiaoxiao was surprised. This was the first time she had heard about such a thing. Naturally, any world passage's opening will cause chaos and fluctuations in space and time, allowing dangerous creatures in the void to surge into the worlds connected to the world passage. Meanwhile, players who kill these dangerous creatures will gain contribution points from the Greater Gods Domains Adventurers Association, and these points can be spent to exchange for items in the association's treasury, Shifeng explained. The Adventurers Association's treasury is incredible. Not only does it have legendary weapons and equipment, but it even has legendary equipment sets. However, these items still aren't the most important. Items. Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned. These were legendary equipment sets they were talking about. Yet, they weren't considered the most important. If a Tier 6 player were to equip such a set, they could basically roam the Starlight Realm unhindered. After all, only a few players in the Starlight Realm owned a legendary equipment set, and they were all peerless individuals known by everyone in the Starlight Realm. "Of course not," Shifeng said, rolling his eyes at Wu Xiaoxiao. "The Adventurers Association's treasury is unique in the Greater Gods domain. No other organization's treasury can match the Adventurers Association's treasury. Meanwhile, out of all the items in the Association's treasury, the most precious ones would undoubtedly have to be the Legacy Guidance Crystals, items that can let players experience the promotion process of gods during ancient and primordial times. There are also the legacy crystals that can let players experience the perfect use of gold combat techniques. These are vastly superior to the legacy crystals players typically come across in the outside world, which usually only provides an incomplete experience. Currently, although you and Midsummer have qualified for the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competition, it is nothing but a dream for you two to win an invitation from the competition. However, if you can get your hands on the Adventurers Association's legacies, your chances of winning an invitation will increase dramatically. Weapons and equipment might be important, but they could be easily lost. On the other hand, promotion methods and combat techniques would stay with the player forever once learned. These legacies were also the only advantage the Adventurers Association provided to isolated worlds once their world passage opened. When Wu Xiaoxiao heard Shi Feng's explanation, she immediately understood why even hegemonic powers originating from higher gods' domains would send their geniuses to the miniature ancient world. Such an opportunity was indeed hard to come by. But I've already left the miniature ancient world, and I don't have any ways to go back, Wu Xiaoxiao said somewhat helplessly. It was a fluke that she managed to enter the greater god's domain before the miniature ancient world's world passage opened. She would need a miracle to return to the miniature ancient world. After all, if it was so easy to travel in and out of an isolated world, the various hegemonic powers wouldn't have bothered having their geniuses restart their account's progress. Who says you can't go back? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3277, Dual Absolute. Chapter 3277, Dual Absolute. Chapter 351, Dual Absolute. Miniature Ancient World. Dark Thunder Sea. In the sky above a dark and endless ocean, a luxurious flying ship measuring over 100 meters in length traveled steadily beneath the thundering sea of clouds. Lightning capable of tearing apart space continuously struck the surroundings of the flying ship. However, none of these lightning arcs could get within 20 yards of the flying ship. Any that tried would get stopped by an invisible barrier that protected the ship. This flying ship is incredible. Is this the might of lost technology? A girl with a pristine face and delicate body exclaimed as she looked at the dim sky outside the flying ship. This is indeed an incredible flying ship, but the fare of 100,000 magic crystals per person is equally incredible. Operating this flying ship is even more lucrative than just outright robbing people. A silver-haired girl sipping on black tea at the open-air bar said, sighing. These two girls were incredible beauties, and every one of their actions attracted the attention of many players on the ship. Aren't those two a little too beautiful? Even my guild's #1 beauty pales in comparison. Moreover, both of them have reached level 140 already. That's 5 levels higher than the average level of current mainstream players. Yet, I've never heard of either of their names before. I've never heard about that beauty named Midsummer, but I know that silver-haired beauty. She's the Silver Witch Wu Xiaoxiao. She used to be regarded as a peak genius among our world's younger generation, but she disappeared from the public eye some time ago. I didn't think she would make a reappearance here, and in such a shocking manner, no less. She's probably one of the geniuses invited by the 7 great powers this time. The 7 powers have invited all native geniuses to the Thunder Fortress to wait for the world passage's opening, promising to protect all qualified geniuses and ensuring these geniuses can safely enter the greater god's domain to receive the best development opportunities. That's most likely the case. I heard that Jun Luosha, the Green God Corporation's #1 genius, is also aboard this flying ship. Jun Luosha, the Dual Absolute, is also here? It'd be great if I could meet her in person. Many level 135 plus. Tier 4 players rode on the flying ship. These players excitedly started a discussion when they saw Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. their discussion hitting a peak when they mentioned the player named Jun Luosha. Jun Luosha? Shi Feng grew confused when he overheard the conversation of the players around him. Based on the crowd's discussion, Jun Luosha was apparently the #1 genius of the Green God Corporation. Although the Green God Corporation wasn't comparable to the Greater World's conglomerates, it was still first-rate among the Greater World's various corporations. So, it went without saying that the #1 genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation would be someone with extraordinary strength. Yet, whether it was during his previous life or present life, Shi Feng had never heard of Jun Luosha's name or title until he boarded this flying ship. While Shi Feng was wondering what kind of person Jun Luosha was, a burst of exclamations came from one part of the ship. Subsequently, a group of a dozen or so players walked out onto the deck from the ship's intersection. Out of this group of players, the person who stood out the most was a woman with light cyan hair and clad in pure, white holy armor. The woman exuded an intellectual and mature charm, and every one of her movements drew the heartstrings of those looking at her. Even Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's charm paled in comparison to this woman's. Only women like Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul could possibly match this woman. Jun Luosha. It's the real Jun Luosha. She's simply too beautiful. Who's that person walking next to Jun Luosha? Is he some corporation's young master? Good guess. The young knight next to Jun Luosha is Dark Dragon Knight Franz, the Desolate Star Corporation's second successor. He is also the commander of the Tower Alliance's 6th Trump Card Legion. When the many young geniuses present saw Jun Luosha and Franz appearing together, they couldn't help but look at the two in envy and admiration. Jun Luosha had many admirers, some of them being the young masters of corporations. However, out of all these admirers, the one most worthy of Jun Luosha would have to be Franz. The Desolate Star Corporation was a very powerful and wealthy existence. It owned many hegemonic powers, and its influence extended even to other realms. The fact that Franz was second in line to inherit this powerful corporation already put him well ahead of the competition. On top of that, even though Franz hadn't reached 30 years old yet, he had already become a titled expert and the commander of the Tower Alliance's 6th Trump Card Legion. The average genius simply couldn't hope to compare to him. If these achievements weren't enough to prove his superiority, the dozen or so people standing guard around him should be more than enough. These people were Franz's bodyguards, and they were all 4th-floor experts. Normally, if a 4th-floor expert chose to join a hegemonic power, they would be given an executive member's treatment and granted the position of a legion's vice commander. Yet now these people had chosen to work as Franz's bodyguards. Some hegemonic powers' guild leaders didn't even enjoy such treatment. While everyone was curiously discussing why Jun Luosha and Franz would be together, Jun Luosha suddenly walked up to Wu Xiaoxiao, a twinkle of joy in her eyes. "I finally get to see you again, Xiaoxiao. I thought you met with some big trouble and had to go into hiding," Jun Luosha said, feelings of concern and relief on her face as she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. "Since you're here now, come with me to the 3rd floor's restaurant. They serve many delicacies that can permanently increase basic attributes there." As soon as Jun Luosha finished speaking, Franz, in a somewhat prideful tone, said, "Hello, Miss Wu. I am a good friend of Miss Jun. Since you are Miss Jun's junior, why don't you come with us? Many important figures from the various hegemonic powers are gathered in the 3rd floor's restaurant. I'm sure you will have significant gains in the Thunder Fortress if you get acquainted with them. It'll also be safer in the restaurant." Upon hearing Franz's invitation, many of the geniuses on the deck couldn't help but look at Wu Xiaoxiao enviously, because this flying ship was the safest and quickest way to reach the Thunder Fortress. The cost of boarding this ship was exorbitant. Each person had to pay a non-negotiable fee of 100,000 magic crystals. To get into the flying ship's 3rd-floor restaurant, players would even need a VIP membership. Meanwhile, Not only did players have to pay 300,000 magic crystals for this membership, but they also needed to show proof of having ruled over a city. However, so long as players got into the third floor's restaurant, not only would they receive greater security, but they would also get the opportunity to interact with various big shots. Senior sister, Captain Franz, thank you for your kind gesture, but my friends and I like the scenery here, so I won't be going with you, Wu Xiaoxiao said, rejecting the invitation without hesitation. Moreover, I think that this place is also quite safe. TL notes, 1 dual absolute. If I were to translate the Ross of June Luosha's title in full, it would be something like Sword and Medicine Dual Absolute. It's too long for my liking, so I shortened it to Dual Absolute. I'm bringing this up since the Sword and Medicine part gives a lot of information about June Luosha. She's probably a swordsman / berserker plus alchemist. Or she has a hidden class that lets her become a healer plus swordsman. Thank you for reading on my me if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3278. Chapter 352. Half-Step Sword Saint. Chapter 3278. Chapter 352. Half-Step Sword Saint. Chapter 352. Half-Step Sword Saint, quite safe. When Franz heard Wu Xiaoxiao's statement, he looked behind Wu Xiaoxiao, a trace of disdain briefly appearing in his eyes when he saw Midsummer and Sherfong, who wore a cloak with 0 wings guild emblem pinned on it. Then he chuckled and said, "In that case, I will respect your decision, Miss Wu. But if you encounter any problems afterward, feel free to find me. I can't say I can solve all problems, but I still hold enough influence to solve most problems you'll face in this miniature ancient world." None of the young geniuses on the deck refuted Franz's words. On the contrary, all of them agreed with his claim. There might be many hegemonic powers and corporations in the miniature ancient world, but Franz could still be regarded as a powerhouse. Unless necessary, most powers and corporations would choose to take a step back out of respect for Franz. In the meantime, June Luosha carefully scrutinized Sherfong, as if she was looking at some kind of rare animal. Then, unable to help herself, she whispered to Wu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, is this friend of yours that strong?" The miniature ancient world was currently in an incredibly chaotic state. The miniature ancient world's native powers were even facing increasingly greater pressure from the various foreign powers. It was especially true when it came to the Thunder Fortress, since that would be the only entrance to the greater god's domain. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever controlled the Thunder Fortress would be securing themselves a huge fortune. For this reason, the various native powers began to join forces. In response, the various foreign powers were also looking to weaken the various native powers. If an opportunity appeared, the various foreign powers wouldn't refuse a chance to eliminate native experts and geniuses. This was also why June Luosha wanted to bring Wu Xiaoxiao with her. Meanwhile, as a newcomer to the Green God Corporation's Genius Training Program, Wu Xiaoxiao was very talented and alert, so there was no way the girl wouldn't understand what she was trying to do. Yet, Wu Xiaoxiao still refused her invitation. This meant that Wu Xiaoxiao was either confident in her companion's strength. "He is very strong," Wu Xiaoxiao said with a faint smile. "How strong are we talking about?" June Luosha scrutinized Sherfeng's inconspicuous appearance again after hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's answer. Then she chuckled and asked, "How does he compare to the God List's current rank 1 player?" After thinking for a moment, Wu Xiaoxiao firmly said, "He should be stronger than the God List's current rank 1. Keep on boasting. Do you even know who the God List's rank 1 player is?" June Luosha rolled her eyes at Wu Xiaoxiao. She felt that her junior must have been brainwashed to believe that the inconspicuous-looking Sherfong could be stronger than the number 1 player on the God-ranked expert ranking list. Trekt, the current number 1 player on the miniature ancient world's God list. Most of the miniature ancient world's native powers might not know much about him, but he was a name known by all in the greater god's domain's Magus kingdom. His fame and strength were on par with the myriad forest empire's Empress Blood Arrow and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated battle maniac. Together, the three were known as the Three Invincibles in the myriad forest empire and its neighboring kingdoms. At Tier 4, nobody could hope to compare against them. "I'm not boasting, senior sister," Wu Xiaoxiao said, hurriedly shaking her head. Wu Xiaoxiao had done a lot of research on the god list's current rank 1 player. So, she knew that since Trek first debuted until now, he had not lost against anybody he had fought against. He was essentially invincible among his peers, and his achievements were not at all inferior to Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated battle maniac. However, Shi Feng had beaten both Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated battle maniac to secure first place in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. So, it was by no means an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng was stronger than Trek. Just when Jun Luosha was about to ask Wu Xiaoxiao for more details, a loud commotion came from the third-floor restaurant's entrance. When everyone on the deck turned to look at the third-floor restaurant, they saw Franz and his bodyguards getting stopped outside the restaurant's entrance. "What is the meaning of this, Calgarin?" Franz demanded as he looked at the middle-aged male elementalist blocking his way. "Do you want to start a war between our two corporations?" "Nothing of the sort. It's just that there is a distinguished guest inside who doesn't wish to be disturbed. So I will have to ask you and your group to wait outside," Calgarin, the middle-aged elementalist, said unhurriedly. "Don't worry, it won't take long. You just have to wait until tomorrow when the flying ship reaches the Thunder Fortress." Calgarin did not seem to care when he heard Franz's threat of starting a war between corporations. On the contrary, he looked at Franz with eyes full of mockery. Meanwhile, when the players on the deck saw this situation, none felt surprised. The desolate Star Corporation might be powerful, but the divine will corporation that Calgarin was from was not in any way inferior. On the contrary, the divine will corporation was slightly superior since, unlike the desolate Star Corporation, it held shares in a pseudo-hegemonic power. Moreover, Calgarin was the divine will corporation's first successor, so in terms of status he was above Franz, a distinguished guest. Franz's expression darkened a little. Then he gestured for his bodyguards to force their way through, saying, "I want to see who this distinguished guest is to dare to disrespect me." He had just assured Wu Xiaoxiao and Jun Luosha that he could solve most problems in the miniature ancient world. Yet, immediately afterward, he was getting stopped outside the flying ship's third-floor restaurant. If he took this slight lying down, he'd become a laughingstock. However, before Franz's bodyguards could make a move, the restaurant's front door suddenly opened. Then a stalwart man, carrying a great sword on his back and clad in broken armor, walked out of the restaurant. As soon as this stalwart man appeared, Calgarin's dozen or so bodyguards and Calgarin himself respectfully bowed their heads to the man. "Lord Saint Nine." Calgarin greeted the stalwart man, his words instantly shocking everyone present. Franz, in particular, revealed a look of despair when he heard the stalwart man's name. Saint Nine, the current rank 10 player on the God-ranked expert list. Despite being a titled expert, Franz felt suffocated just by standing in Saint Nine's presence. As for his bodyguards, even though they were fourth-floor experts, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground to keep themselves from collapsing, evidence that they were under immense pressure. Some of their faces had even started to contort. A half-step sword saint, whether it was Franz or the other Tier 4 experts present, every one of them instinctively thought of this term. Although Saint Nine was still a Tier 4 Sword Emperor right now, his basic attributes and concentration had already reached the Tier 5 standard. The average Tier 4 expert simply couldn't hope to stand up to him. It wouldn't be surprising if Saint Nine could fight against actual Tier 5 players. Subsequently, Saint Nine took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Franz. Then, after taking a moment to look at Franz in silence, Saint Nine indifferently asked, "So, Franz, do you think I need to show you any respect?" "Thank you for reading on my me if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3279. Chapter 353. Do you dare to come forward? Chapter 3279. Chapter 353. Do you dare to come forward? Chapter 353. Do you dare to come forward? Although Saint Nine spoke calmly and only several people nearby could hear him, Franz's complexion paled when he heard Saint Nine's words. In reality, Saint Nine didn't have a powerful personal background. He had relied entirely on the Twin Saints Alliance's resources to grow to his current strength. When it came to status and background, there was no question that Franz was overwhelmingly superior to Saint Nine. However, the problem was that they were currently in the miniature ancient world, a place where even the strongest players were only at Tier 4. In this place, Saint Nine was akin to a walking disaster for the various powers. Under normal circumstances, Franz wouldn't have feared Saint Nine at all. At worst, he would die once. However, the world passage was opening soon. If Franz got killed on the flying ship, he'd essentially have to say goodbye to the world passage's opening rewards. It should be known that the main reason players and powers from outside the miniature ancient world came to this world was so that they could acquire the world passage's opening rewards, and Franz was no exception. "Do you take the Desolate Star Corporation for a pushover, Saint Nine?" While Franz was in a state of panic, the masked lady standing behind Franz suddenly spoke up. After saying so, the lady with a pair of enchanting silver eyes waved the silver staff she wielded and merged 3 tier 4 spells into one. Immediately afterward, over 200 blades made of bone-chilling flames appeared around Saint Nine and struck at him, each of these soul blades leaving behind a fiery, silver chain in their wake. Every soul blade carried power at the Tier 5 standard, and the number of soul blades the lady summoned had already gone far beyond the maximum number of attacks Tier 4 players could react to simultaneously. Moreover, the silver chains the soul blades created continuously reduced the space available for Saint Nine to maneuver around. "Auntie, you succeeded." Franz grew ecstatic when he saw the soul blades and silver chains surrounding Saint Nine. The masked lady was none other than Favre, the Tower Alliance's great elder. At the same time, she was Maria and Franz's aunt. Originally, Favre was a paragon widely known during her era. However, she had long retired from the public eye, so not much information was known about her nowadays. People only remembered her title of Silver-Eyed Witch. Hardly anybody knew that Favre was researching how to combine 3 spells, in other words, triple fusion magic, to unleash strength above her tier. Now, though, his Aunt Favre had succeeded. Meanwhile, the fusion of 3 Tier 4 spells would result in power that could overshadow even Tier 5 spells. However, before Franz could relax, he suddenly heard Saint Nine speaking. "You are still not qualified to be my opponent." Before Franz realized it, Saint Nine had vanished from before him and reappeared in front of Favre, his great sword held in his hands. Then, Saint Nine swung his great sword at Favre. Boom! Bright silver light enveloped the flying ship's 3rd floor, and everyone idly stared at the light as if time had stopped moving. When the light faded, only a broken magic barrier remained in Favre's original location. As for Favre herself, she had crashed into one of the flying ship's sails, her silver mask shattering and her HP bar having little to nothing left. How is this possible? This scene dumbfounded Franz and his bodyguards, none of them daring to believe this to be true. One strike. Saint Nine had executed only one attack. Yet this one attack had instantly killed Favre, the Tower Alliance's great elder, and the Silver-Eyed Witch whose name once shook the Starlight Realm. If not for the silver mask Favre wore, allowing her to evade death once, she wouldn't even be alive right now. The god list's rank 10 is this powerful? Following this situation was a question that appeared in not just Franz's and his bodyguards' minds, but also the minds of many young geniuses on the ship. In everyone's minds, Saint Nine might be ranked 10th on the God-ranked expert list, but he was still only a titled expert. Meanwhile, Favre was similarly a titled expert. Even though she was a little older, she remained in her peak condition. So, everyone assumed there wouldn't be too huge of a gap between them. Yet, reality couldn't be any further from that. If Saint Nine could instantly kill even a titled expert, wouldn't it be child's play for him to kill ordinary fourth-floor experts? Moreover, if Saint Nine could only rank at 10th place on the God list despite being so strong already, how frightening were the God list's other top 10 experts? Now that she's dealt with, it's your turn next. Saint Nine said as he raised his great sword and turned to look at Franz and his bodyguards. Suddenly, Franz and his bodyguards felt as if they could hear Death's footsteps. It felt as if Death was already waving at them. The Desolate Star Corporation's second successor, titled expert. At this moment, all of these things had become nothing but a joke, and it was all because they weren't aware of how monstrous Saint Nine was. In the meantime, Calgren gleefully watched all this happening from one side. His rivalry with Franz had been going on for some time now, so he couldn't be happier to see Franz's demise. At the same time, Calgren finally understood why the various hegemonic powers were reluctant to offend paragons, even when these paragons were at a low tier. Paragons, particularly top-ranking paragons of the greater gods, domains, various countries, like Saint Nine, were simply inhuman. It might be a little far-fetched to say that Saint Nine could go up against 1,000 fourth-floor experts of the same tier, but it was definitely possible for him to go up against 100 fourth-floor experts and win. Meanwhile, just the thought of a paragon like Saint Nine reaching tier 6 gave Calgren goosebumps. Anyway, with the current situation, the Desolate Star Corporation had essentially lost its chance of acquiring the World Passage's opening rewards. Xiao Xiao, get ready to run with your party. It's no longer safe here. Jun Luosha said when she saw Saint Nine raising his great sword against Franz, a bitter smile forming on her face. Saint Nine can probably rival the God list's top 3 with his current strength. If he decides to get ruthless, nobody on this ship can live to see the Thunder Fortress. However, in response to Jun Luosha's anxiety, Wu Xiaoxiao shook her head and calmly said, Saint Nine is indeed strong, but you don't need to be so anxious, senior sister. We are very safe here. So long as the guild leader is around, Saint Nine can't harm us in the slightest. Although Wu Xiaoxiao didn't speak loudly, everyone on the flying ship was a Tier 4 player. In a quiet environment, a Tier 4 player could hear a person's normal speaking voice even from several hundred yards away. So, even though Wu Xiaoxiao was only speaking normally, everyone aboard the ship could hear her words. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Saint Nine suddenly stopped his attack against Franz. Then he turned to look at Wu Xiaoxiao, a cold glint in his eyes. What a big mouth you have there, little girl. Calgren said, laughing. But will that so-called guild leader of yours dare to come forward and show himself to Lord Saint Nine? As soon as Calgren finished speaking, Jun Luosha couldn't help but hold her head. Her junior might be good at many things, but it would seem that she was terrible at reading the room. With this, not only were Franz and his bodyguards finished, but even they were doomed as well. It was especially true for the guild leader, whom Wu Xiaoxiao mentioned. That person most likely wished to choke Wu Xiaoxiao right about now. However, behaving as if she wasn't aware of the mess she had just created, Wu Xiaoxiao turned to look at the cloaked swordsman sitting nearby and fawningly said, Guild leader, I've joined Zero Wing already, so you can't just watch me make a fool of myself. This will be the only exception. After letting out a sigh, the cloaked man stood up and began making his way up to Saint Nine. Thank you for reading on my me if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3280, Chapter 354. Who is he? Chapter 3280. Chapter 354. Who is he? Chapter 354. Who is he? Is he crazy? When June Luosha saw Shifeng taking the initiative to approach Saint Nine, she couldn't help but try to stop him. June Luosha might not have bothered if it were in the past since, back then, she still wasn't aware of how strong Saint Nine was exactly. However, after seeing Saint Nine defeating Favre, a veteran titled expert, in one hit, she'd have to be a fool not to know how frighteningly strong Saint Nine was. At this point, getting killed by Saint Nine could only be considered a small issue. If they ended up earning Saint Nine's ire, they might not even be able to continue surviving in the miniature ancient world. The strength Saint Nine just displayed was already enough to upset the balance between the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers. It was especially so now that the world passage was opening soon. The various hegemonic powers would definitely try to befriend Saint Nine as much as possible. So if they were to offend Saint Nine now, one word from Saint Nine would be more than enough to erase Shifeng and Wu Xiaoxiao from the miniature ancient world. Even the powers backing them might not be able to continue existing in the miniature ancient world. However, before June Luosha could stop Shifeng, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled her back and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, senior sister. The guild leader is very strong." When June Luosha saw Shifeng moving closer and closer to Saint Nine, she started to grow even more anxious. Even if Shifeng was strong, he shouldn't be confronting Saint Nine to prove his strength. Just when June Luosha thought of shaking off Wu Xiaoxiao's hand, she suddenly discovered that she, a swordsman, couldn't shake off Wu Xiaoxiao, an elementalist. Moreover, the flow of mana in her body had stagnated, and her body felt incredibly heavy. "Xiaoxiao you!" After taking another look at Wu Xiaoxiao, June Luosha couldn't help but feel as if she was looking at a completely different person. How was this supposed to be her cute junior sister? The other party felt more like a legendary monster than a player right now. While Wu Xiaoxiao was holding June Luosha back, Shifeng continued making his way over to Saint Nine. He was aware that Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't misbehaving just because she wanted to protect June Luosha. He knew that she was also trying to recruit June Luosha. Geniuses nurtured by the Green God Corporation might be affiliated with the corporation, but the corporation did not restrict its talents from joining God's domain's various powers. On the contrary, the corporation strongly encouraged such behavior. This was also why June Lusoho was not against Franz's attempt at recruiting her. As for Wu Xiaoxiao's unilateral decision to recruit June Luosha, Shifeng wasn't against it. Honestly, even if Wu Xiaoxiao didn't take the initiative to provoke Saint Nine, Shifeng had planned to intervene in this affair. After all, the Desolate Star Corporation and Zero Wing were partners. Zero Wing had already earned a significant sum of star coins thanks to the Desolate Star Corporation's trade center. So, even if Shifeng didn't have goodwill toward Franz, he still felt obligated to save Maria's Aunt Favre. On the other side, Franz hurriedly ran over to Favre's side, took out a healing crystal, and shattered it above Favre. Then, streams of light green mist flowed into Favre and quickly healed her back to peak condition. "Do we have any chance of escaping, Auntie?" Franz quietly asked Favre, fear evident in his eyes when he looked at Saint Nine. Saint Nine's strength had completely exceeded Franz's imagination. Although he had long since known that geniuses capable of being regarded as paragons were much stronger than the average titled expert, he didn't think Saint Nine would be strong enough to defeat a veteran titled expert in one move. Even a dozen titled experts working together might not be enough to take down an expert like Saint Nine. However, titled experts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. They were considered peak combatants even among the various hegemonic powers. In the Desolate Star Corporation's case, despite how much importance the corporation had placed on the miniature ancient world, the corporation could only afford to dispatch 6 titled experts here to get a share of the world passage's opening rewards. If he and his Aunt Favre were to get killed here, it would be even more difficult for the desolate Star Corporation to get a share of the opening rewards. After all, based on the strength St. Nine had just shown, he was most likely capable of heavily damaging the souls of those he killed. If that were the case, anyone he killed would be unable to log into God's domain for several days. "It's going to be difficult," Favre said, shaking her head as she eyed St. Nine warily. "He is already strong enough to fight against the God list's top 3. Even if he is fighting someone else, he only needs to spare 2 attacks to eliminate us. That damned Calgarin. He must have made me provoke St. Nine on purpose just now." Franz mentally cursed as he glared at the middle-aged elementalist a short distance away. The desolate Star Corporation and the Divine Will Corporation had fiercely competed with each other over the years, so it wasn't out of the question for Calgarin to have planned such a trap. "Franz, don't even think of getting away today," Calgarin said, smiling when he saw the strong resentment in Franz's eyes. "But don't you worry. Once Lord St. Nine takes care of that arrogant kid, it'll be your turn next." When Calgarin finished speaking, the spectating crowd on the flying ship couldn't help but sigh. It seems Desolate Stars Group is doomed this time. Franz only has himself to blame for underestimating the experts on the God list. Not to mention, St. Nine used to be one of the God list's top 5 experts. Even after the various conglomerate's geniuses officially stepped onto the miniature ancient world stage, he still managed to stay within the top 10. Every expert on the current God list is a titled expert. If St. Nine can rank among the top 10 out of all these titled experts, there's no way the average titled expert can be a match for him. Indeed, St. Nine used to be among the top 10 paragons of a kingdom in the greater God's domain. The various corporations are willing to pay big money just to befriend such existences. Some corporations will even offer a director's seat to recruit these paragons. That's a privilege no ordinary titled expert can hope to receive. When the various hegemonic powers experts saw how powerless Franz was against St. Nine, they came to learn just how frightening a paragon could be. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one paragon was enough to go against an entire hegemonic power. Just as everyone thought St. Nine would put on another overwhelming performance, St. Nine, who had been scrutinizing Sherfong all this time, suddenly put his great sword away. At the same time, his indifferent expression instantly changed into one of respect. Before anyone could react to what was going on, St. Nine quickly jumped down to the deck and walked up to Sherfong. Then, putting on a friendly smile, he said, "It is a great honor to be able to meet you here, sir. Would you grant me the privilege of buying you a drink upstairs, sir?" St. Nine's words instantly dumbfounded everyone present. Nobody understood why St. Nine would suddenly have such a huge change in his attitude and behave so respectfully to the cloaked swordsman approaching him. If they didn't know any better, it looked as if St. Nine had just met an existence he couldn't afford to provoke. Jun Luosha was similarly shocked to see St. Nine behaving respectfully to Sherfong. After combining this behavior with Wu Xiaoxiao's previous words, she couldn't help but turn to Wu Xiaoxiao and ask, "Xiaoxiao, who is he?" TL notes. 1 made a change to chapter 353. Originally, Favre was a widely known paragon during her era. Edited. Originally, Favre was widely known during her era. It was mentioned in chapter 270 that Favre was a veteran paragon, but I think the author has forgotten about that, and Favre is now only regarded as a veteran titled expert according to this chapter. Thank you for reading on. Me if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3281. Chapter 355. Azura returns. Chapter 3281. Chapter 355. Azura returns. Chapter 355. Azura returns. Jun Luosha wasn't the only one wondering about Sherfeng's identity after seeing St. Nine's respectful attitude toward Sherfeng. Everyone present was in the same situation. After all, They were talking about the 10th ranked player on the Miniature Ancient World's God list here. Saint Nine was a powerhouse whom the Miniature Ancient World's various hegemonic powers had to think twice about offending. This was true even for the various corporation successors. One could see this point clearly through Calgren's attitude. Calgren was the first successor of the Divine Corporation. In addition, he was a titled expert and the commander of the hegemonic power Drifter's 3rd Trump Card Legion. Before coming to the Miniature Ancient World, he was even an expert who had already gotten promoted to Tier 6. He only restarted his progress because of the World Passage's opening rewards. Yet, even a high-status person like Calgren had chosen to humble himself in front of Saint Nine. Although Saint Nine had never gone beyond Tier 4 in either the Miniature Ancient World or the Greater God's Domain, should he join a hegemonic power, he would be given the treatment of a vice guild leader, no questions asked. He would even be given a seat among the hegemonic powers board of directors and made a potential candidate for the guild leader or grand elder position. With Saint Nine's current strength, the only people who could possibly get Saint Nine to behave respectfully to them would be the guild leader of a hegemonic power or the helmsman of a corporation. Everyone else was unworthy of his respect. However, even the various hegemonic powers, vice guild leaders would rarely be willing to enter the Miniature Ancient World, let alone guild leaders. As for the various corporations' helmsmen, there was no way such big shots would sacrifice their progress and enter the Miniature Ancient World. So, everyone found it hard to imagine how anyone could get a paragon like Saint Nine to behave so respectfully. Does this person have an incredible origin? Franz's jaw dropped when he saw Saint Nine suddenly taking such a respectful attitude toward Sherfong. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Saint Nine was strong enough to defy the successor of any corporation in the Miniature Ancient World. Most of the hegemonic powers in the Miniature Ancient World wouldn't even dare to make an enemy out of him. Franz had taken a moment to observe Sherfong previously, and the other party could be said to be very normal. He couldn't feel the presence of a powerhouse from Sherfong at all. Not to mention, Sherfong was mingling with Jun Luosha's junior sister. Wu Xiaoxiao might be Jun Luosha's junior sister, but she was nothing more than an internal genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. She was vastly inferior to Jun Luosha, who had already entered Green God Corporation's core circle. The two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In Franz's opinion, someone considered very strong in Wu Xiaoxiao's mind would, at most, be at the standard of the average fourth-floor expert. This was also usually the limit of experts originating from isolated gods' domains. However, after seeing Saint Nine's respectful attitude, Franz felt that Sherfong might be the son of an upper-ranking hegemonic powers guild leader, either that or the son of a conglomerate's executive. There might only be a one-rank difference between ordinary hegemonic powers and upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the greater god's domain, but the two were worlds apart from each other in reality. If Sherfong was the son of an upper-ranking hegemonic powers guild leader, even the guild leaders of ordinary hegemonic powers would try to fawn over him, let alone Saint Nine. A World Passage's opening was a huge opportunity for most players. So, it wasn't out of the question for the children of an upper-ranking hegemonic powers guild leader or the children of a conglomerate's executive to enter the Miniature Ancient World. While everyone was secretly speculating on Sherfeng's identity, Wu Xiaoxiao smiled at Jun Luosha and said, "Black Flame! He is Zero Wings, guild leader Black Flame." The few simple words that came out of Wu Xiaoxiao's mouth instantly shocked and confused Jun Luosha. Black Flame? The God list's 7th-ranked Azura Sword Emperor? How is this possible? Jun Luosha wasn't foreign to the name of Black Flame. After all, Black Flame's name was already known by all in the Miniature Ancient World at this point. But even if they were talking about Black Flame, Jun Luosha found it hard to believe Saint Nine would take on such a respectful attitude toward the Azura Sword Emperor. It should be known that the God-ranked expert ranking list was the 7 Luminaries Alliance's subjective ranking. It wasn't an actual ranking of combat power. Moreover, even if Black Flame was stronger than Saint Nine, the difference in strength should be very limited. June Lisoha wasn't the only one confused at this time. Many of the people who had overheard Wu Xiaoxiao's words similarly found this revelation to be puzzling. What a surprise this is! I didn't think that cloaked swordsman would be that rumored Azura Sword Emperor. But this is strange. Even if Saint Nine knows that Guy is the Azura Sword Emperor, does Saint Nine need to behave so respectfully? After all, they are paragons of the same caliber. Saint Nine is probably thinking of befriending the Azura Sword Emperor. After all, the World Passage will be opening soon. There's no harm in having an extra ally. At this point, the only explanation everyone could think of for Saint Nine to behave so respectfully to Black Flame was because Saint Nine was thinking of joining forces with the Azura Sword Emperor to tackle the World Passage's opening. After all, countless experts and powers would gather for the World Passage's opening. At that time, even a paragon of Saint Nine's caliber would be limited in what he could accomplish if he were by himself. However, it was a different story if Saint Nine could join forces with Black Flame. Not only was the Azura Sword Emperor one of the God List's top 10 experts, but he was also closely affiliated with the Glimmering Sword, another of the top 10 experts on the God List. If 3 of the God List's top 10 experts worked together, they would become a formidable force even in the World Passage. While everyone was busy speculating Saint Nine's motives, Shifeng looked at Saint Nine and nonchalantly said, "I'll pass on the drink, but it seems you have learned quite the incredible identification skill if you can see through my black cloak's effects." Basic identification skills were useless against the black cloak's concealment effect. In fact, some advanced identification skills couldn't see through the black cloak's effects. It was no exaggeration to say that identification skills capable of seeing through the black cloak's effects were incredibly rare. It was for this reason the black cloak had become the first choice for experts and dark players wanting to hide their information. "You overpraise me, Mr. Black Flame," Saint Nine said respectfully. "It is only an insignificant skill." "I wouldn't call it an insignificant skill," Shifeng said, smiling as he looked at the divine runes marking Saint Nine's eyes. The magic eyes of time have the effect of master identification skills. Very few people have them, even among the various hegemonic powers. Saint Nine wasn't surprised that Shifeng had seen through his magic eyes of time. Instead, he started to respect Shifeng even more. Done with the pleasantries, Shifeng got straight to the point and calmly said, "The Tower Alliance is partnered with Zero Wing, so let's end this matter here." "If that is what you want, I naturally don't have any problems with it, Mr. Black Flame," Saint Nine said, nodding. He showed no intention of going against Shifeng's decision at all. Meanwhile, Saint Nine's respectful and accommodating behavior caused everyone's jaws to drop. No matter how they looked at it, this wasn't a conversation between equals. The tone Shifeng took didn't sound like he was making a suggestion at all. Instead, it sounded like he was giving a command. Yet, Saint Nine had chosen to follow Shifeng's command without question for some inexplicable reason. For a time, everyone wondered if the Saint Nine they were looking at was even the same person who had just heavily injured the silver-eyed witch Favre in one hit. "Lord Saint Nine, this is different from what we disc." When Calgren heard Saint Nine's words, he couldn't help but want to say something about Saint Nine's decision. However, he promptly shut up when he received a glare from Saint Nine. This was because Saint Nine's glare gave him the feeling that should he speak another word, Saint Nine would kill him on the spot. It wasn't until Shifeng left into the distance that Calgren finally found the courage to speak again. Even so, he still chose to speak in a whisper. "Are we really going to let the desolate Star Corporation go so easily, Lord Saint Nine?" Calgren was very confused by Saint Nine's behavior. This was the perfect opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the desolate Star Corporation. If they let this opportunity get away, it'd be difficult to find another opportunity like this in the future. Since Mr. Black Flame has already said so, then this matter will end here, St. Nine sternly said as he glanced at Calgren. "If you don't plan on giving up, don't say I didn't warn you if you and your men get annihilated." "I don't understand, Lord St. Nine. Black Flame might be ranked 7th on the god list, but with your current strength, is there a need for you to humble yourself so much in front of him?" Calgren asked in confusion. Calgren had a good understanding of St. Nine's personality. If given the opportunity, he'd fight the god list's top 3 experts on the spot without hesitation. Respect? That was nothing but a joke. I wouldn't even spare him a second glance if he truly was only 7th on the god list, St. Nine said as he looked at Calgren. Then he turned to look at Shurfang's departing figure and continued respectfully. "But he isn't just the god list's 7th-ranked player. He is also the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, someone who has won against both Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac." "What? He won against the Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac?" Calgren gasped when he heard St. Nine's words, his mind subconsciously thinking that St. Nine was playing a joke on him. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3282. Chapter 356. The Zero Wing of Today. Chapter 3282. Chapter 356. The Zero Wing of Today. Chapter 356. The Zero Wing of Today. Empress Blood Arrow. Undefeated Battle Maniac. Both were titles known by many in the Greater Gods Domain's Starlight Realm, as the owners of these titles had shaken dozens of kingdoms and multiple empires in the past. Meanwhile, as someone much older than LaRoja and Cross, Calgren had the opportunity to bear witness to the history these two people created. When LaRoja and Cross were still actively competing among the Starlight Realm's younger generation, they were known to be invincible among Tier 4 players. They had challenged many paragons across several dozen kingdoms to an official duel, yet not once did they suffer defeat. If they hadn't offended a conglomerate, they would have become even more famous in the Starlight Realm. According to rumors, a conglomerate had extended an olive branch to LaRoja and Cross. However, because the conglomerate required them to withdraw from the corporations they were affiliated with, the two eventually chose to give up on joining the conglomerate. Their decision ended up displeasing the conglomerate. As a result, the corporations they belonged to had no choice but to drastically restrict their appearances in public. Otherwise, they would have long since become top celebrities in the Starlight Realm. Although St. Nine was powerful, he was far from standing on the same level as LaRoja and Cross. It was also why St. Nine dared to challenge the God list's current top 3 players, but did not have confidence in securing first place. It was because the player currently occupying the number 1 position on the Miniature Ancient World's God list was Trekt, an existence known as one of the 3 Invincibles alongside LaRoja and Cross. So, when Calgren heard that Black Flame had triumphed over LaRoja and Cross, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. While Calgren was in shock, Franz similarly revealed a dazed expression on his face. "Is what you just said true, Auntie?" Franz couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard what his Aunt Favre had just said. "That's Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac we're talking about. How can Black Flame possibly win against those 2 legendary individuals?" "It's not strange for you to be unaware of this matter, since you've been focused on the Miniature Ancient World. The Desolate Star Corporation doesn't have any dealings in the Ancient River Kingdom, either," Favre said, nodding in response to her nephew's doubts. Then, she revealed a wry smile as she explained, "According to my sources, Black Flame won the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition yesterday and became the kingdom's first paragon. Although Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac had participated in the rookie competition, they concluded the competition in 2nd and 3rd place. At this point, everyone in and around the Ancient River Kingdom already knows about this matter. But what really surprises me is that Black Flame can actually return to the Miniature Ancient World. Honestly, Favre would have never paid attention to the man named Black Flame if it weren't for her niece Maria. She also wouldn't have bothered to keep an eye on the ancient River Kingdom's situation. After all, the Starlight Realm was a massive place with over 1,000 kingdoms and thousands of freely accessible God's domains. Even if she was a 3-star mental strength grandmaster, she couldn't possibly pay attention to all these different worlds 24/7. Meanwhile, Black Flame's return to the miniature ancient world truly surprised her. Even if she ignored Black Flame's achievement of winning against Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac, his ability to freely travel between the greater God's domain and miniature ancient world was more than enough for her to label him as incredible. Damn it. Franz couldn't help but have the urge to slap himself when he finished listening to his aunt's explanation. He might not know what had happened in the ancient River Kingdom, but he did know about the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. To avoid taking up their respective country slots, it wouldn't be strange for Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac to participate in the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. Meanwhile, paragons such as Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac were highly sought after by even the various corporations' helmsmen. Yet, he had expressed disdain to Black Flame just now. This situation couldn't be any worse for him. Different from Franz, Favre felt relieved by Black Flame's achievements. At the same time, she had to admit that her niece had a good eye for people, betting a trade center on zeroing early on, instantly allowing her to draw close the distance between her and Black Flame. So long as Maria could receive Black Flame's support, she would have a much greater chance of becoming the desolate Star Corporation's helmsman. However, the commotion on the flying ship was only a small interlude for everyone's discussions. Shortly after the commotion ended, everyone went back to discussing the Thunder Fortress. Now that the World Passage was about to open, the Sea of Dark Thunder's Thunder Fortress had become the gathering place for many geniuses and powers. Once all of these geniuses and powers arrived, the fortress would definitely become the most spectacular location in the miniature ancient world. At the same time, it would become the place where the various powers decided how they would divide the miniature ancient world's interests in the future. Sea of Dark Thunder, Thunder Fortress. The Thunder Fortress was a steel behemoth situated in the middle of a pitch-black sea. At this time, ships of incredible value could be seen docking inside the spacious fortress one after another, their numbers easily exceeding 5,000. This number normally couldn't be seen in any naval city. However, despite how many ships were docking inside the fortress's inner port did not seem crowded. While watching these ships dock inside the Thunder Fortress, the many native geniuses resting at the port engaged in discussion with each other. Why have the 7 great powers gathered us native geniuses and experts here? A young man who was a level 132, Tier 4 Ranger asked, the youth sipping on a glass of cheap fruit wine as he curiously looked at the 7 great native powers, ships docked nearby. Isn't it obvious that they're trying to recruit us? I heard that players would need to be at Tier 4 at the very least to enter the World Passage. Meanwhile, the 7 powers will not only need ships to trade with the greater God's domain, but also a large number of experts to escort their ships, a level 132, Tier 4 Elementalist said. The trading of resources between the miniature ancient world and the greater God's domain is a big business. The 7 powers can earn a ton of the greater world's star coins if handled properly. However, compared to foreign players who are familiar with the greater God's domain, it'll be much easier for the 7 powers to control us native players. The saddest part is that we don't have a choice, a level 133, Tier 4 Berserker said, sighing. Unless you're one of those so-called paragons, none of the various foreign powers will bat a second eye at you. The only thing native experts like us can do is join a relatively strong native power if we want to have an easier time surviving in the greater God's domain. Indeed, the level 132 Elementalist nodded in agreement. But out of the 7 powers, which one should we join? Maybe Zero Wing? Aside from the 5 great super guilds, the remaining 2 options are the Flower of 7 Sins and Zero Wing. Among them, Zero Wing's rise is the quickest. Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame is even 7th on the god list. Zero Wing, the level 133 berserker, shook his head when he heard the elementalist's suggestion. Zero Wing's rise might be the quickest, but its foundation is far too lacking compared to the other 6 powers. You can see this just by looking at each power's fleet. The fleets of the 5 great super guilds and the Flower of 7 Sins are led by 2 or more warships. Each fleet also has more than 10 bronze speedboats. In comparison, Zero Wing's fleet only has 3 bronze speedboats and a bunch of advanced speedboats. It doesn't even have 1 warship. In addition, that person from the Thunder Fortress has already informed the various powers to pay 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to stay in the fortress. Out of the 7 powers, Zero Wing is the only one that has yet to hand over the 7 luminaries crystals. The due date is even tomorrow. If Zero Wing still doesn't pay up, it can't even stay in the Thunder Fortress past tomorrow. As soon as the berserker finished speaking, a passing swordsman suddenly stopped walking. Then, looking at the berserker, the cloaked swordsman curiously asked, "Excuse me, friend, what is this about paying 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal? Does the Thunder Fortress have such a rule? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3283. Chapter 357. 3 Overlords. Chapter 3283. Chapter 357. 3 Overlords. Chapter 357. 3 Overlords rule? Of course, there's no such rule. The level 133 berserker laughed when he heard the passing swordsman's words. You must have just arrived at the Thunder Fortress, right? Right now, that person is in charge of the Thunder Fortress, and his word is the law here. That person has stated that all powers looking to stay in the Thunder Fortress must hand over 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and even hegemonic powers won't be exempted. Even hegemonic powers aren't exempted. Upon hearing the berserker's words, one of the cloaked girls standing behind the cloaked swordsman exclaimed, "Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Not to mention, the Thunder Fortress is protected by Tier 5 NPCs. Who could possibly threaten a hegemonic power here?" Meanwhile, this cloaked girl was none other than Midsummer, who had entered the miniature ancient world with Sherfone. "You can only say that because you don't know who that person is," the berserker said, shaking his head. "Even in the greater God's domain, the person I'm talking about is an existence akin to God." "An existence akin to God? Keep on boasting, why don't you?" Midsummer said, rolling her eyes. "If it were in the past, I wouldn't have believed my own words either. However, after arriving at the Thunder Fortress, I had no choice but to believe it," the berserker said, remaining patient even after seeing Midsummer's response. "Have you heard of the Paimon conglomerate before?" "Of course. That's one of the few conglomerates in the greater world," Midsummer said, nodding. Upon getting a positive response, the berserker continued, "The person I'm talking about comes from the Grey Seal family, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 3 great families. More specifically, he is young Master Daira, the youngest son of the Grey Seal family's patriarch. He is the one who set the rule I mentioned. There aren't many powers that would dare to go against that young master even in the greater God's domain, let alone our miniature ancient world." Daira? The youngest son of one of Paimon's 3 overlords? Midsummer quickly thought of something after hearing the berserker's words. Immediately, she turned to Sherfone and anxiously said through the team chat, "Brother Black Flame, I'm afraid we're going to meet with some trouble during the world passages opening this time, as some of 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal is indeed quite a lot," Wu Xiaoxiao, who had similarly concealed her identity, said. At the same time, she also understood why so many powers would willingly hand over 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The youngest son of one of the Paimon conglomerate's 3 overlords could indeed be regarded as an existence akin to God in the greater God's domain. Even the guild leaders of upper-ranking hegemonic powers wouldn't dare to offend Daira. After all, one word from Daira was most likely enough to have them removed from their positions. As for powers weaker than upper-ranking hegemonic powers, offending Daira was no different than asking to stop existing in the greater god's domain. However, Wu Xiaoxiao also had to admit that Daira was quite ruthless to be collecting 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal from every power looking to enter the Thunder Fortress. The problem I'm talking about isn't related to 7 luminaries crystals, Midsummer said, shaking her head. What I'm concerned about is Daira's hobby. His hobby. Jun Luosha, who had remained silent this entire time, suddenly spoke up. Is there a problem with his hobby? There's a big problem with it, Midsummer said with a wry smile. His hobby is collecting paragons, and he will recruit any paragon that catches his eye. This might seem great on the surface, since getting recruited by Daira would mean hopping aboard the Paimon conglomerate ship, but that can't be any further from the truth. The paragons recruited by Daira will not only have to sign their freedom away with a god's domain contract, but the benefits they will receive in exchange might not even be comparable to the internal geniuses of a corporation. Daira was incredibly well known in the Starlight Realm. Firstly, it was because he was the most beloved son of the Divine Seal Saint, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 3 overlords. Secondly, it was because he had recruited many non-conglomerate paragons and would have them collect various legendary weapons and equipment for him. Or, more specifically, Daira was snatching the opportunities of these paragons to strengthen himself. At this point, the name of Black Flame had already become incredibly famous in the ancient River Kingdom and its surrounding countries. It was also publicly known that Sherfeng wasn't affiliated with any conglomerate. So, the likelihood of Daira recruiting him was high. Meanwhile, so long as Sherfeng signed a god's domain contract with Daira, he'd have to spend the rest of his life tied to Daira. As for putting up a resistance, if even upper-ranking hegemonic powers dared not offend Daira, what could a paragon with no background possibly do? If that's the case, maybe we should delay meeting up with Big Sis Hidden Soul and the others. Guild leader. It won't be too late to group up after the world passage is open, Wu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. Daira's identity was extraordinary. However, whether it was joining Daira or rejecting Daira's invitation, neither was a good option. The best action to take in this situation would be to avoid Daira as much as possible. Sherfeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he scanned his surroundings for a moment before saying, "Your idea is good, but it seems the other party is one step ahead of you." As soon as Sherfeng finished speaking, Midsummer, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Jun Luosha immediately sensed a person appearing next to their party. The other party was a level 136, Tier 4 assassin, and he looked like he was at most 17 or 18 years old. Yet, despite how young he looked, he gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling comparable to what they felt from Saint Nine. A paragon comparable to Saint Nine? Surprise flashed in Jun Luosha's eyes as she looked at the assassin youth. Despite being the Green God Corporation's #1 genius, she felt she couldn't even hold a candle to the assassin youth before her. Currently, she was still at the standard of ordinary 4th floor experts, and she would need to make significant improvements before she could reach the standard of titled expert. Yet, the assassin youth already had strength close to rivaling Saint Nine. After making a sudden appearance next to Sherfeng's party, the assassin youth, with a wooden expression, quietly looked at Sherfeng, showing no intentions of launching a sneak attack. "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame," the assassin youth said emotionlessly, like a robot. "Young Master Daira has heard about your arrival at the Thunder Fortress, so he's gone out of his way to invite you to the Thunder Restaurant for a meeting." "How did you find us so quickly?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little astonished by the assassin youth's words. It hadn't been more than half an hour since they got off the flying ship. They had even worn black cloaks to hide their identities. Yet, Daira's henchmen still managed to find them. Their reconnaissance capabilities were truly terrifying. "It's simply because they have total control over the fortress," Sherfong calmly said as he surveyed his surroundings. I was wondering why there are so many people fond of staying invisible in the fortress. But by the looks of things, it seems these people are members of Daira's Shadow Guard Legion. That is correct, the assassin youth said, not bothering to hide the fact about the Shadow Guard Legion after realizing that Sherfong had seen through the Shadow Guard's concealment. We are the young master's Shadow Guards, and we currently have the entire Thunder Fortress under our surveillance. So, I suggest you abandon any thoughts of leaving the Thunder Fortress. Even Trekt, the current rank 1 player on the God list, shouldn't think of leaving the Thunder Fortress once he sets foot into this place. Midsummer was incensed by the assassin youth's words. However, she also realized that the moment the assassin youth announced that he was Daira's envoy, their party no longer had a choice. They'd be publicly offending him if they refused to meet with Daira. He'd have a justifiable reason to take action against them at that time. Yet, if they chose to meet with Daira, there would likely be only one outcome. Since young Master Daira is inviting me with such sincerity, lead the way, then, Sherfong calmly said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3284, Chapter 358, Astonishing Strike. Chapter 3284, Chapter 358, Astonishing Strike. Chapter 358, Astonishing Strike. Thunder Fortress. Thunder Restaurant. The Thunder Restaurant was situated in the sky above the Thunder Fortress, overlooking the entire fortress. However, because the restaurant was situated 1,000 meters in the air, thunder clouds and lightning arcs constantly surrounded it. One touch from these lightning arcs was enough to vaporize a Tier 4 player. So, if players wished to reach the Thunder Restaurant, they'd have to do so using a small flying ship. When Midsummer, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Jun Luosha arrived at the Thunder Restaurant, they couldn't help but be awed by the restaurant's extravagance and the view they got to see from the restaurant. Looking down from the restaurant's entrance, they could see thousands of ships docked in the fortress down below. There was also a constant stream of ships sailing in and out of the fortress. This was an incredible sight that one could rarely see in God's domain. Meanwhile, after Sherfeng's party of 4 entered the 9-story tall restaurant, Midsummer and the others were given another shock. Currently, all of the guests dining in the restaurant were executive members of the various hegemonic powers. Ordinary players were not qualified to set foot into this place at all. Moreover, the prices the restaurant charged for its food were utterly criminal. Rather than coins, players had to pay in 7 luminaries crystals for the meals here. Meanwhile, any random meal here cost over 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Yet, despite the exorbitant prices, the restaurant was packed with players enthusiastically stuffing themselves with food. How smart of these people! Sherfong commented as he watched the various hegemonic powers' executives gorging themselves with food and beverages. However, he wasn't particularly surprised by their behavior. Smart. Jun Luosha was puzzled by Sherfeng's comment. She failed to see how any of these people here were smart. In her opinion, these people were utterly prodigious. After all, paying over 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal for a single meal was unthinkable even in the greater God's domain. The food they're eating isn't your normal fare, Sherfong said, chuckling. All of these meals are a craftsman chef's cooking. Players who consume them will see an improvement in their physique and the strength of their mana. You will rarely find such meals, even in the greater God's domain. You won't lose out even if you pay 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal for a meal, let alone 100 units. Although these meals will only provide improvements on the first consumption, subsequent consumptions will allow players to enter an ethereal state that can drastically improve their learning capabilities temporarily. A craftsman chef's cooking. Midsummer nearly drooled when she heard Sherfeng's explanation. The chef class was a lifestyle class similar to the forger and alchemist classes, and chefs could be categorized into basic chefs, advanced chefs, master chefs, grandmaster chefs, and craftsman chefs. Normally, only 1 in 10,000 lifestyle players could become a grandmaster, while only 1 in 100,000 grandmasters could become a craftsman. In other words, the chances of a lifestyle player becoming a craftsman was 1 in 1 billion. Because of their rarity, every craftsman would be highly respected by even upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The status of craftsmen was vastly superior to even paragons such as Saint Nine. Meanwhile, in the case of craftsman chefs, Midsummer had never even heard of one existing in the ancient River Kingdom or the several dozen neighboring kingdoms and empires. While Midsummer was thinking of the Thunder Restaurant's food, their party arrived before the top-floor VIP room under the assassin youth's lead. Currently, there were 6 Tier 4 experts standing guard outside the room, every one of them radiating an aura superior to Saint Nine. Only, unlike Saint Nine, these 6 experts looked like they were well above 50 years of age. Every one of them also wore the Paimon conglomerate's Paimon Fong Guard emblem, an indicator that they were experts capable of transcending tiers. After the assassin youth informed the 6 guards of the purpose of their visit, the 6 guards opened the doors to the VIP room for Shifeng's party of 4. When Midsummer, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Jun Luosha entered the VIP room, they couldn't help but gasp. Currently, about a dozen or so people were sitting in the room, half the size of a football field. The majority of these people were either the vice guild leaders of hegemonic powers or experts on the miniature ancient world's god list. Even Trekt, the god list's rank 1 player, was present among the people dining in the room. Out of these dozen or so people, the most inconspicuous person would have to be Thousand Scars, who was regarded as the number 1 genius among the miniature ancient world's native players. When Thousand Scars saw Shifeng appearing in the room, she was given quite a surprise. As for the most dazzling person in this room, that honor would have to go to the delicate young man sitting in the center. Although the young man looked like he was only 13 or 14, the equipment he wore was so dazzling it bordered on blinding. A fragmented, legendary equipment set. Search. Me for the original. Indeed, the young man was clad in a fragmented, legendary equipment set. It was even a 6-piece set. Moreover, he also carried a long sword of indiscernible quality by his waist. Even though the youth was only a Tier 4 swordsman, his basic attributes could probably rival a bona fide Tier 5 sword saint already. Meanwhile, standing behind this youth were 4 middle-aged men and women. Even without doing anything, these 4 people radiated an aura rivaling legendary-ranked archaic species. Every one of them was leagues above Saint Nine. Black Flame, I heard your name as soon as I arrived in this miniature ancient world. The delicate young man said indifferently as he gnawed on a piece of meat. Although your rank on the god list is far lower than Trekk's, you still meet my minimum requirements. How about joining my Shadow Guard Legion? I can let you start as a party leader. Once your strength improves, I might even introduce you to my father. As soon as the delicate youth finished speaking, the oldest man, a berserker with graying hair, standing behind the youth, suddenly shouted, "Black Flame, hurry up and thank the young master. This is the biggest opportunity you'll get in your life. Countless paragons in the Starlight Realm can't even meet the young master, even if they want to. Not only do you get to meet the young master now, but you can even become a party leader in the young master's Shadow Guard Legion. You might even get a chance to meet the Patriarch in the future. Not even the Paimon conglomerate's paragons can get such an opportunity." Upon hearing the delicate youth's and the middle-aged berserker's words, many of the vice guild leaders of hegemonic powers present couldn't help but snicker. As for Flanders, who was also here on behalf of the Tower Alliance, he revealed an ugly expression when he heard the two's words. Everyone present understood that the opportunity the middle-aged berserker spoke of was nonsense. It was nothing but an empty promise from Daira. It'd be more appropriate to say that Daira was asking Shifeng to sign a slave contract. Meanwhile, in response to Daira's offer, Shifeng shook his head and calmly said, "Forgive me for turning down your offer, young Master Daira. It is best if you leave that party leader position for someone who needs it more. I still have matters to tend to, so if there is nothing else you need me for, I will be taking my leave first." As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence filled the room. Even Daira had stopped chewing his food, his expression turning extraordinarily grim. Immediately afterward, a cold aura spread across the entire room. "Black Flame, how dare you refuse the young master's kindness?" The middle-aged berserker bellowed at Shifeng. "I'll teach you a lesson in humility on behalf of the young master." After saying so, the middle-aged berserker reached for the battle axe on his back and swung the weapon at Shifeng. The terrifying aura he emitted causing not just the VIP room, but also the entire Thunder restaurant to tremble. Humility? Is he even worthy of that? After glancing at the oncoming axe, Shifeng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and swung it. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3285. Chapter 359. Becoming Enemies with an Overlord? Chapter 3285. Chapter 359. Becoming Enemies with an Overlord? Chapter 359. Becoming Enemies with an Overlord? TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 358. Original. Currently about a dozen or so people were sitting in the room. Change to currently several dozen people were sitting in the room. Thunder Restaurant, top floor VIP room. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence enveloped the entire room. At the same time, the several dozen guests dining in the room couldn't help but shudder. How dare he? Thousand Scars, clad in silver-gray leather armor, was also greatly surprised by Shifeng's response. For a moment, she even suspected that Shifeng might not know Daira's identity. Otherwise, there was no way he'd dare to turn down Daira's offer without hesitation and in such a blatant manner. The Paimon conglomerate might not be as powerful as the Galaxy conglomerate, but it was still a bona fide conglomerate in the greater world. Meanwhile, Daira was the youngest and most favored son of the Divine Seal Saint, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 3 overlords. Because of Daira's identity, many of the Paimon conglomerate's successors sought to befriend Daira to gain the Divine Seal Saint support. After all, not only was the Divine Seal Saint one of Paimon's 3 overlords, but he was also in control of many of the conglomerate cities and a strong contender for the position of the conglomerate's #1 expert. In addition, the Divine Seal Saint also had the Divine Seal Legion under his command. The Divine Seal Legion was made up solely of Tier 6 experts, and there were a whopping 500 of them. Just the number of Tier 6 experts the Legion had already surpassed what hegemonic powers had by a large margin. Moreover, every one of these Tier 6 experts was in possession of 2 or 3 pieces of legendary equipment, with some even having legendary weapons. Outside of the Paimon conglomerate, though, Daira was in existence, feared by everyone. This was because the Divine Seal Saint had proven that he was willing to destroy an upper-ranking hegemonic power simply because his youngest son received poor treatment from the power. The war the Divine Seal Saint waged back then had shaken the entire Starlight Realm and struck fear into the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. After the incident, everyone came to understand just how much the Divine Seal Saint favored his youngest son. It was so much that even the Paimon conglomerate successors couldn't help but grow envious of Daira. It was also for this reason that the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers' guild leaders would have a huge headache whenever they encountered Daira. Although the power the Divine Seal Saint destroyed was only a budding upper-ranking hegemonic power that didn't have the backing of a conglomerate, it should still be a very difficult task to destroy it completely. Yet, the Divine Seal Saint and his Divine Seal Legion had accomplished this feat, which was enough to showcase the Legion's tremendous strength. Meanwhile, Shifeng had essentially humiliated Daira in public by unceremoniously refusing Daira's invitation in front of everyone. Not even the Green God Corporation's helmsman wouldn't dare to do such a thing. It seems he might not even be leaving this room alive, a young male assassin with pure elven blood said, a look of interest appearing on his face as he looked at Sherfong. I wonder how long he'll last against the 4 beast warriors. Meteor was seated next to the elven assassin. When the Crimson Sword Emperor heard the elven assassin's words, he turned to look at the 4 middle-aged men and women standing behind Daira. Then he said, "What nonsense are you talking about, Trecht? The 4 beast warriors are guards sent by the Divine Seal Saint to protect Daira, even though they don't currently have the fragmented legendary equipment sets they normally use. I doubt you and I can take them on even if we get promoted to Tier 5. Not to mention, Black Flame is still at Tier 4. Black Flame is still too young," Trecht, the pure-blooded elf, said as he shook his head. "He might have surpassed Laroja and Cross, but a genius is nothing more than a genius at the end of the day. In front of individuals like Daira, even the 100 Nations Paragon battles, First Paragon, won't amount to anything, let alone a measly kingdom's First Paragon. The ancient river kingdoms, First Paragon? Invincible among Tier 4? These statuses might be enough to deter the various hegemonic powers, but they were nothing to Daira. Daira stood at the apex of the greater god's domain. For him, geniuses and paragons like Sherfong were but a common sight. Thus, if Sherfong refused to comply, Daira could simply crush him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a genius like Sherfong had no qualifications to be arrogant in front of Daira. It was only because of Daira's fondness for collecting geniuses that he had gone out of his way to recruit Sherfong. Since Sherfong had outright refused Daira's invitation, he had essentially made an enemy out of Daira. Now, not even the Green God Corporation could save him from this situation. As soon as Trecht finished speaking, Platinum Behemoth, the leader of the 4 beast warriors, lunged at Sherfong with his battle axe. In response, Sherfong executed a backhanded slash to meet the berserker's axe. Boom! Smoke instantly spread across the room as the 2 weapons collided. Fortunately, the power of the room's defensive magic arrays was already raised to its limit. So, even though the power of the shockwaves generated by the collision reached the Tier 5 standard already, they failed to affect the room in the slightest. Nobody present was surprised by the room's robustness. Every structure within the Thunder Fortress was extraordinary. Not even Tier 5 players should think of causing any damage to the Thunder Fortress, let alone Tier 4 players. However, when the dust settled, the spectating crowd couldn't help but be surprised by what they saw. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sherfong did not get killed or injured by Platinum Behemoth's axe. Instead, he had come out of the Berserker's attack completely unscathed. Moreover, he had even stopped Platinum Behemoth's axe. The massive weapon stopped half a meter away from him and could not advance even an inch further. At a glance, it was obvious that Sherfeng's strength attribute was above Platinum Behemoth's. It seems his strength has increased yet again. When Meteor, who was also a swordsman like Sherfong, saw Sherfong holding his ground against Platinum Behemoth, he couldn't help but be astonished. Compared to when he met Sherfong at the land of ancient dragons, the current Sherfeng's strength was clearly much higher. In fact, Sherfeng's strength had already reached the standard of Tier 5 berserkers. Otherwise, there was no way Platinum Behemoth could have lost to Sherfong in a contest of strength. So he does have some strength. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, Trecht said, a hint of fighting spirit appearing in his eyes. The swordsman class wasn't known for its strength. Instead, it was a class with a good balance between agility and strength. If a swordsman could match a berserker of the same tier in strength, the combat power the swordsman could exhibit would be far more frightening than the berserker. While everyone was feeling surprise, Daira suddenly started clapping his hands. Not bad, not bad, Daira said as he resumed eating. I don't often see swordsmen of the same tier matching platinum strength. I can give you another chance. Join my Shadow Guard Legion, and I will give you a vice team leader position. I will even forgive you for your previous rude behavior. However, Feng remained indifferent even after hearing Daira's words. Just when Platinum Behemoth was about to rebuke Feng again, Feng suddenly thrust the winter of eternal night at the Berserker. After Feng obtained the ancient oath and gained 10% of the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon's basic attributes, his strength and agility had already gone beyond the standard of ordinary tier 5 Berserkers and Assassins. Platinum Behemoth felt like a truck had just hit him when he blocked Feng's thrust with his axe, his body getting pushed back against his will. Then, before Platinum Behemoth could take proper defensive measures, the winter of eternal night suddenly separated from his axe and cut across him horizontally. Radiant Night. Platinum Behemoth's HP instantly fell to 0, his HP disappearing so quickly that not even the female cleric standing behind him could heal him before his vision darkened and his body collapsed to the floor. Immediately, shock and silence filled the room. I, Black Flame, do not need your forgiveness for my actions. After Feng obtained the ancient oath and gained 10% of the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon's basic attributes, his strength and agility had already gone beyond the standard of ordinary tier 5 Berserkers and Assassins. Platinum Behemoth felt like a truck had just hit him when he blocked Feng's thrust with his axe, his body getting pushed back against his will. Then, before Platinum Behemoth could take proper defensive measures, the winter of eternal night suddenly separated from his axe and cut across him horizontally. Radiant Night. Platinum Behemoth's HP instantly fell to 0, his HP disappearing so quickly that not even the female cleric standing behind him could heal him before his vision darkened and his body collapsed to the floor. Immediately, shock and silence filled the room. I, Black Flame, do not need your forgiveness for my actions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3286. Chapter 360. Miniature Ancient Worlds Number 1. Chapter 3286. Chapter 360. Miniature Ancient Worlds Number 1. Chapter 360. Miniature Ancient Worlds Number 1. Along with Platinum Behemoth's death, the room became deathly silent yet again. Platinum Behemoth got killed? I must be dreaming. That's Platinum Behemoth, for crying out loud. How can he get killed in one hit? How did he kill Platinum Behemoth in one hit? Does he have legendary equipment? The people in the room couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Platinum Behemoth getting killed. Platinum Behemoth might not have any fame in the miniature ancient world and wasn't even listed on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's god list, but he was incredibly well known in the Starlight realm. It all started when Platinum Behemoth participated in the Paimon Conglomerate's invitational competition 40 years ago. During the competition, Platinum Behemoth defeated many geniuses and paragons to win an invitation from the Paimon Conglomerate. Afterward, he got recruited by the Paimon Conglomerate and joined the Divine Seal Legion after getting promoted to Tier 6. Currently, although Platinum Behemoth was no longer part of the Divine Seal Legion due to his growing age, the fact that the Divine Seal Saint had entrusted Daira's safety to him showed just how much faith the Divine Seal Saint had put in his strength. It was true that players could get resurrected from death in God's domain. However, if a player's immortal soul got extinguished completely, it would be the end of their career in God's domain. It would be extraordinarily difficult for them to set foot into God's domain again in their lifetime. God's domain was a place with countless opportunities. Whether a person was looking to improve their mental strength, extend their lifespan, or seek status and wealth, the best way to do so would be to enter and grow in God's domain. While players might not have the ability to completely extinguish immortal souls at Tier 3 and Tier 4, they would gain the ability to do so at Tier 5 and Tier 6. Although the various kingdoms and countries had created rules forbidding higher-tier players from attacking lower-tier players, the Divine Seal Saint naturally wouldn't trust such rules to ensure his son's safety. Hence, he had tasked Tier 6 experts to become Daira's bodyguards. Only Due to Daira entering the miniature ancient world's restrictions, Tier 6 experts such as Platinum Beast had no choice but to lower their tiers to follow him. Legendary equipment. When Trecht looked at Sherfong again, he suddenly felt immense pressure coming from the other party. It should be known that Platinum Behemoth was currently equipped with 2 or 3 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment and 1 fragmented legendary weapon. Logically, it should be impossible for another Tier 4 player to kill him in one hit. The only explanation for this unbelievable situation was that Sherfong was in possession of a piece of legendary equipment, which gave him a massive advantage in basic attributes over Platinum Behemoth. How does he have legendary equipment? In Meteor's case, he couldn't help but grow envious and confused as he looked at Sherfong. After all, this was the miniature ancient world they were talking about. Thus far, even the Paimon conglomerate had only managed to secure a few clues pertaining to legendary equipment right now, and it would take at least another 2 or 3 months before the conglomerate could actually get its hands on any legendary equipment. So, how did Sherfong get his hands on one so soon? It should be known that for experts of their caliber, obtaining a piece of legendary equipment at this point in time would instantly make them the strongest expert in the miniature ancient world. Once they entered the greater god's domain, the legendary equipment would also be of great help to their growth. While everyone was feeling envious over Sherfang's ownership of a piece of legendary equipment, Flanders looked at the situation with a grim expression. It's truly over now, Flanders thought, his heart growing cold when he saw Sherfong killing Platinum Behemoth. Flanders was more or less acquainted with Sherfong, so he was very optimistic about the other party's future. However, as the vice guild leader of the Tower Alliance, Flanders knew just how frightening the greater world's conglomerates could be when provoked. Even if they were currently in the miniature ancient world, having a piece of legendary equipment wouldn't be enough for Sherfong to go up against Daira's guards. Sherfang's act of killing Platinum Behemoth wouldn't deter Daira either. On the contrary, all Sherfong had done was further anger Daira. Legendary equipment. When Daira saw Platinum Behemoth getting killed, not only did he not react in panic, but he even revealed a smile. So this is why you have refused my offer so confidently. It just so happens that I'm in need of legendary equipment, so I'll be borrowing yours for the time being. After saying so, Daira turned to the 3 remaining beast warriors behind him and said, I want him alive. I will take my time playing with him once we return to the greater god's domain. Understood. Upon receiving Daira's command, the 3 remaining beast warriors each took out a purple gold potion and drank it. Immediately afterward, their auras exploded, and their life ratings underwent a qualitative transformation. If someone were to use an advanced identification skill on the 3 right now, they would find that the 3 beast warriors were no longer tier 4 players, but bona fide tier 5 players instead. A level 137, tier 5 Grand Wizard. A level 136, tier 5 Sacred Sky Knight. A level 136, tier 5 Brilliant Cleric Saint. This is Life Transition, a lost potion. Moreover, 3 of them. The legendary potion that's rumored to be able to promote its user by 1 tier. The Peanut Gallery gasped when they saw the display of wealth before them. None of them had expected to see the rumored life transition potion in the miniature ancient world. They also didn't expect the Paimon conglomerate to give each of the 4 beast warriors a bottle. Thousand Scars, in particular, gaped in shock at this scene. The life transition potion. Thousand Scars had only ever seen the life transition potion in ancient texts. Meanwhile, from what she read, the potion could forcibly increase a player's tier by 1, up to a maximum of tier 5. However, unlike other potions, the life transition potion's effects were permanent. The life transition potion was basically a free pass for players to get promoted. They wouldn't need to try to improve their mana body or create their own mana body. If players consumed the potion to reach tier 3, they would automatically receive a gold mana body based on the available templates. If consumed to reach Tier 5, players would be given a tailor-made Tier 5 mana body that reached the gold standard. For players incapable of securing a high-ranking mana body, the Life Transition Potion was something they dreamed of obtaining. Because of the Life Transition Potion's benefits, the value of one bottle was equivalent to one piece of legendary equipment. Yet now, 3 Life Transition Potions were used in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, when Midsummer, Wu Xiaoxiao, and June Luosha saw this unexpected development, they couldn't help but grow a little flustered. They never thought the Paimon conglomerate would have such a trump card prepared. Compared to Tier 4 players with Tier 5 strength, real Tier 5 players not only possessed Tier 5 basic attributes and physique, but also Tier 5 skills and spells. At the same time, Tier 5 players would also gain greater effects from their weapons and equipment than Tier 4 players due to them having higher base values for their basic attributes. Usually, the base values of a Tier 5 player would be twice as high as a Tier 4 player. In other words, if the base values of a Tier 4 player's basic attributes were uniformly at 1,000, the base values of a Tier 5 player's basic attributes would be at 2,000. In this situation, if these two players were to put on a piece of equipment that offered a 100% bonus to basic attributes, the Tier 4 player's basic attributes would go from 1,000 to 2,000, while the Tier 5 player's basic attributes would go from 2,000 to 4,000. In the blink of an eye, the initial difference of 1,000 points had turned into a difference of 2,000 points. Needless to say, the difference in basic attributes between Tier 4 and Tier 5 players would only increase even further as more percentage-based bonuses were added into the calculation. This was why it was incredibly difficult for players to transcend tiers. It might be commonly known that Tier 4 players could transcend tiers if they had a piece of legendary equipment equipped, but that was only enough for them to hold their ground against a Tier 5 player. It wasn't enough for them to defeat a Tier 5 player. Feng might possess powerful basic attributes, but even he would be powerless against 3 Tier 5 players on the 4-Beast Warrior standard. "You've been quite arrogant just now, kid," the Tier 5 Sacred Sky Knight said, sneering as he walked up to Feng. "How about showing that arrogance to us again? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible."